do that.
Oh, it's fine.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
I've got Ask Backwards. I don't know. You can introduce yourself. The president of the Michigan State Starcraft Club, but I'm not gonna. Go ahead and tell me what you want to be called.
Ask backwards or Jared's fine.
All right, and you well, you're the president of the Michigan State Starcraft Club, the supreme leader, or how would you call it?
Supreme Leader, Great Overlord, anything like that works.
Supreme Overlord is one of my favorites, so we'll go with that. So how long have you been doing that?
Actually started this year.
Oh, so and how long has the StarCraft Club, like, did you start it, or did you kind of pick it up from someone else, or what's the short history?
So it was started roughly a year and a half ago by Seven, who's playing the Masters League. And then he had to, school things, and I took it over from there and just started working hard to make it grow and bigger since esports is getting more popular and things like that. So that's sort of what's been going on.
I noticed that at Michigan State, you guys have the Esports Association of Michigan State University, I believe, is what it's called. So it's kind of a part of that.
Yeah, so
what you're working off of.
Yes, we're all independent, but they sort of keep us all together and get us, organized. We can work with each other and help keep things growing as a whole.
All right. So just quickly before we get the game set up, do you think the hardest part of like starting a club or managing it? And also, what advice would you give to people who might be interested in maybe starting a StarCraft team at their school or with their friends in general, or want to get people interested?
So I'd say the hardest part is getting used to just talking to people. Like, the most important part of a club is just getting people to play together and be friends, because that's what it's all about, not just, competitive sports. So, playing StarCraft's a hard one because it's a solo game most of the time. So playing 4v4s, playing custom games together, or just hanging out, that's like the best way to get it started and do it.
So do you guys have like a weekly or scheduled sort of practice match? Oh, I think we actually got the leader of the Michigan StarCraft team as well. How you doing, Paulie?
We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good.
And I was just ask backwards, so I didn't follow through on that part. But about organizing a StarCraft club and just an esports club at school, and because you I believe just started the Michigan StarCraft Club relatively recently.
Yeah,
so
as a freshman, yeah, I just recently got into it, saw that nobody was doing anything, so I thought I'd try to start it myself. Yeah.
And now you have at least 6 people on the team,
yeah,
right? So
at least 6, that's for sure.
What do you do in order to get people interested, or how did you go about? How difficult was it to organize it, I guess?
Well, at first it was, kind of hard because there were only 2 or 3 players that joined. We first started out actually as a group me, and then, try to move into a Discord a little bit, and then the group me kind of ended up being filled with spam because I put a Reddit post for the group me. So we eventually moved to the Discord, started putting about events, and just getting through with it. And this was actually supposed to be a very small event, just for something to start up, but it actually ended up being a lot bigger than I thought it'd be.
Well, hopefully we can have some more in the future, and I'd love to see more of the college leagues and stuff like that. I know there's been some in StarCraft in the past, but maybe there's a bit of a resurgence. Who knows? With a lot of people coming in for free to play. So now, just you guys, both of you, predictions. Who wins? What's the score? How's it gonna go down?
1 second.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that over. I think I honestly have no idea. It's pretty easy to tell by ranks at first, but then once it started, everyone started training every day, and everyone started jumping ranks. So it's crazy, unpredictable.
First 3 promotions up several ranks, and we were just talking if we should even do some of the show match.
So you're saying when people actually play StarCraft, they get better at it?
Yeah, seems like
it's a crazy thing.
Yeah. So what's happened? Just for everyone, this was about a month ago. The rosters were set up. The idea was to keep it kind of balanced, but people are allowed to play StarCraft, right? Before the match. So some of them have actually moved up, maybe a tier or a league or something like that. So
yeah, there's been a lot of new players, a lot of re-emerging players, because the scene is slowly. It's honestly so nice to see so much improvement, because some of these players have only been playing for maybe a month or a week because this has been delayed back and forth. And sometimes the progress that they make is even the progress that I've made in my own laddering experience.
It's, well, I wish I could say I'm surprised. No, I don't wish that. What am I saying? I don't know. I just say things sometimes. But that's awesome to hear that you guys have actually, and thank you guys for putting the work in. I know how hard, as Backwards / Jared was talking about, talking to people, especially when it's StarCraft in a 1v1 game. So thank you guys for that. And okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Predictions. What's the score?
Okay.
What's the score at the end?
Predictions. Honestly, I think predictions are going to be 4-2 coming in our favor.
All right, the Wolverines take it 4-2. Do you agree? Ask back.
I'm a little more generous, so 3-2 MSU.
So we're just not even gonna play the
There's
6 matches.
matches.
They don't teach math
4-3.
at MSU, right? It's a farm school.
That's still 7.
Oh my god.
Now I have your attention.
Okay.
9 months height, no baby jumps.
All right, so you guys are both saying 4-2, your team's direction?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Well, I'm hoping it goes to our impromptu tiebreaker, but are we ready for the first match? The Bronze League heroes. So they're actually in the Bronze League. I thought they were just new players, but they're literally in Bronze. I'm seeing.
Well, they are new players. They just got placed in Bronze.
And
So they are.
Bronze League.
All right. So are the teams ready to go? Or if you guys can just message me, of course, if a player wants to do an interview before their match or is up for it, just message me before, and we'll drag them in.
I don't think there will be interviews for this matchup, if I am aware.
I'm sure their play will speak for itself.
Yep.
Okay, anything else before we start?
Sounds good. Let's get it started.
All right, let's go. Good luck, have fun, everybody. Oh, was that one last word?
Actually, I was just asking Jared, do you think you can add me into the game? Because I'm not in the observer panel.
Okay, you guys have fun.
We'll move on.
Easily. We are ready to go. Let's get started. In University of Michigan versus Michigan State. You know, this is going to be an awkward intro. It's very important to stay hydrated with extreme contact sports like this. Here we go. Oh, they even have their little clan logo. That makes things easier. But in the top right for the Wolverines, it is starting things off in the Bronze League, Galacticus. And in the bottom left for the Michigan State Spartans, Quadvisor, the Protoss. It's gonna be a best of 3. Let's get started. As I take some of the extraneous stuff off the screen, it looks like both of them. So both of them started when this was starting were essentially new players. They have placed into bronze since then. We've got a very zoning depot from Galacticus to kick things off. It looks like Quadvisor utilizing that chrono boost as we work our way forward. The probe scouts coming out as well. Of course, we will be working our way through all the matches, no matter the score. SCV is going out. I'm not sure where it's headed off to. Maybe take a hidden base, maybe just an alternative scouting path. But one of these SCVs is excitedly cheering on the other SCVs in the gas geyser. We'll have to see what the transition will be. Cybercore. It is going to be a pretty solid gate expand from Quadvisor, so I'd put him in a pretty comfortable position as the match starts out, actually expanding. So that's a strong start. Galacticus has edged his SCV slightly closer. But now we have to ask why. The probe is going out. It's scouting, but it's not on attack move. So unfortunately did not see or attack the SCV. I'm not 100% sure Galacticus remembers his SCV is there. Let's go to the Galacticus action cam. Okay, that's a tactical delayed scout SCV. As we're working our way up the front. Quadvisor opening up with the Stalker, a second gate coming up, warp gate, lots of chrono boost. And it is a best of 3. Every match is a best of 3, so you get a couple chances. Oh, Galacticus with the delayed scout will successfully find that his opponent has taken a Nexus. And now, where are we going next? Attack Lab is on the way, one of the classic choices. One Stalker has been built. Probes in production, a strong move from Quadvisor as well. And an expansion coming out. So the infrastructure coming together for both sides here. A Twilight Council will be the choice from the Spartan Protoss. First Reaper coming across the map and holding position, waiting for an opportunity to scout. Now the beauty of this level, as these players inspired to take up StarCraft by their teams, is you never know what you're gonna get, and the classic mind game of if you don't know what you're doing, how can your opponent know what you're doing? It's a real concern. But I'll definitely say Quadvisor looks like he's taken up a pretty solid macro build. Wait, did he accidentally cancel his warp gate research? That is unfortunate. So he's restarted it, and he's been building out of the gateways. Now, as you work up in StarCraft, as with many things in life, the greatest enemy can sometimes not be those that stand in front of you, but instead yourself. The Reaper is taken out, but a good scout will the tank siege in time. A couple Stalkers, a 2-Stalker, 1-Sentry hit squad. That should actually be enough Marines to be able to deal with this. The tank going to be inspired to fight. We'll be able to drive back those Stalkers easily. He holds the ramp. All right, Galacticus making sure he has a good buttery depot spread, as is very important to be aesthetically pleasing and win, but not just the battle, but hearts and minds. That is always important. All right, the second attempt at Warp Gate looks like it will be finishing up. Charge is on the way. Immortals, another Chrono Boost. As we continue to build up. So far, Quad Visor not losing a single unit. Only a couple lost for Galacticus. That Reaper and a Marine so far. And Charge, a good choice. Just building a bunch of Zealots. It's a tried and true style in the WCS Finals. And in the Bronze League. You almost can't go wrong with Charge Lots. Especially if you just let them do their thing. Alright, it looks like we're gonna go quite a gritty build from Galacticus, but he's not called Galacticus for nothing. He continues to expand his empire, building more command centers than units. Where Quad Visor, on the other hand, is adding on those gateways in a third. A surprisingly macro-focused game from these less experienced players. But is that... It's a tech lab. What could that be for? So many things. So many things. Will we get the fusion core? There's a planetary. Another... Nope, it stops. It restarts. Okay, he decided on the orbital. Had a little bit of an internal conversation. Couple cannons in the front. Better safe than sorry. But the planetary is well, he doesn't have a planetary as of yet. A good scan at the front. A scan at the third. Actually, great scans. Getting all the important intel here. And building up a reasonable army. Now, on the other side, we do have a Templar Archives. Plenty of units. There's no way he's stuck, and even in the main. But a beautiful dodge by Quad Visor. Slipping under the Wolverine scan. Another... Nope, still not... Wait. Okay, he checks the other base. Plenty of energy. The Zealots... Wow. The predictions. Just dodging every scan with his units. 5,000 predictive IQ. Is that what they teach over at Michigan State? What a play. What a play. And I thought all they taught was how to avoid alcohol poisoning just barely. Okay, we'll fire shots at both sides. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're just... The Wolverines will have their day. $122, 1090 supply, but it is Galacticus on the attack. Maybe a little ambitious. The tanks come up. The charge lots are already on the, well, ready for defense. The Immortals punching through. And Galacticus, unfortunately, his army will be slaughtered. And even some Templar at the back. Archons being built. The Immortal Archon charge lot army. Galacticus giving away his units, unfortunately, is going to leave him incredibly vulnerable to counterattack. The Protoss army will move through. And it looks like that's going to be a well, are there any planetaries in his way? Not quite. A couple planetaries on the sides. There's one tank on the high ground. Another Raven completes, unfortunately, into a hellfire of death. Quad Visor is on the brink of pushing through and taking the first victory. All he has to do is make it up this ramp. Ramp's a tried and true enemy of many players. But a single tank, I believe this is the first tank we've seen this game sieging. Hopefully, he has one more match to try to come back. But it does seem like Quad Visor will make it through this time. And be able to take it. Game number 1 of this team match for Michigan State. Well, I mean, it's very soon. Now Galacticus body his time, just thinking about how he could have adjusted his build, his strategy maybe. And come out on the other side of history. Quad Visor looking like he has gained a pretty solid grasp on the Immortal Archon charge launch style. And will be barreling through the entire main. There are still planetaries. You never know. I mean, he's gonna build some more STVs. You gotta admire the tenacity. Not giving it up easy here is Galacticus. The planetary will be repaired. It has picked up 4 kills and counting. 5. I'm very good at counting. 7. But fortunately, Galacticus still has 1 planetary. He does not have any other production facilities. So, that's going to leave him in a tough spot when it comes to having units. But you gotta start and restart somewhere. And here is where. Eventually he's gonna take another base. As he works his way to the corner, more stalkers coming up. Quad Visor seems like he's at a pretty confident advantage here. I'll give him. I will put advantage on the side of Michigan State as he works his way through the final planetary. Now there is a chance he doesn't know you can surrender before the game ends, like before you lose all your buildings. There is that possibility. So let us consider that. No, wait! GG! And the first match! Will go to Michigan State. Alright. But it is a best of 3. Galacticus maybe needs to regroup, rethink. Before any points are put on the board, he still has a chance, and you never know. Siege tanks are quite good. All he needs to do maybe is siege them. That could be the difference as we go into the next match. But we'll have to see what map it is on. Maybe we'll get a stasis match. Who knows? And also, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. We'll see who's making the lobbies. But what map pick? Actually, I'm not sure how we're doing maps. I just know we're starting every match on Blue Shift. So I would say Quad Visor demonstrated a bit of a stronger grasp on the basic mechanics in that last match, but it is Starcraft. Anything can happen. Alright. What will be his map pick? Does he know what maps are in the pool? We're gonna find out. A lot of questions, not as many answers. We gotta go back to the drawing board, regroup, maybe pick a new strategy. But yeah, remember the leagues of these players were determined about a month ago when the match was first organized. Some of them have practiced since then, and believe it or not, if you play, you sometimes get better. Alright. Looks like we're in Port Alexander. Will be game 2. Do you believe in Galacticus? Or will we see a clean sweep by our Spartan player? All will be determined here on Port Alexander. As soon as... Alright, we're ready to go. Remember, loyalty till the end. You might be like, I don't know anything about these teams. Well, pick one. That's what it's all about. We are in the match. All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Galacticus has his work cut out for him for the Wolverines, but I believe he needs your energy. He needs your excitement. He can't hear you, but he can feel you. That sounded weird. Quad Visor emboldened, potentially, by his success in the last match, but you can't sleep on Galacticus. You can't sleep on the University of Michigan. You can't sleep when you're awake. Galacticus opening up with the gas first. Okay, maybe he is asleep. I don't know. But maybe a battlecruiser rush? Has he been practicing that on the ladder? Especially with the new patch coming in. Quad Visor has already established his gateway. Maybe this time he'll get warp gate on time. We'll see. Double gas is the choice. Will it be another gate expand build out of Quad Visor? Indeed. And a Cyber Core on the way. His build getting cleaner and cleaner. Galacticus has put a much more of a focus on getting that gas for tech. Now, if he does invest early on in, I don't know, maybe a factory or getting a quick starport even, what does that look like? Okay, the SCV is on the map. We all know weak Terrans build in the main. Oh. A barracks. That is one of the buildings that you can use. Quad Visor actually scouts and finds it immediately. I don't know if he was going to go for a third or if he's actually just scouting for proxies. Now, Proxy Barracks probably the least dangerous of the buildings he could have chosen in this context. So not going to be a huge deal that it gets shut down. If it was a factory or something, that would be quite a blow. Quad Visor gets himself a Zealot, starting off a Robo. The expansion is done. But now it seems he is definitely concerned about the fact that there is a barracks outside his front door. Another SCV is going out. Now, what is the plan with this one? And also a Reaper. The Zealot gonna go to work on the racks. Shenanigans are afoot. But Reaper can do... There are no units in production. There's only a single Zealot on the map. The Reaper could potentially kill a lot of pros. Still some Chrono Boost. A pretty reasonable 3-gate Robo build coming up, but... The Reaper coming in. Galacticus, the Hero Reaper. An Immortal starts production. The Reaper getting closer. And closer. And closer. He's gonna go. He's looking for the Zealot. Galacticus. Big moves. Alright. Microing back. Unfortunately, the Zealot getting a little too close. Gonna back off. He's on the chase. The Zealot gonna retreat. Oh, coming forward. Another hit. He's gotta be careful. It's the danger zone. And the Reaper will retreat. But behind it, Galacticus is establishing his expansion. So, not a total loss here. We will see. We've got Tech Labs on the way. Some more production coming online. He can maybe build some tanks and siege them up. Hopefully siege them up. A starport coming up. And while probe production has been pretty solid for Quad Visor, Galacticus hasn't been slacking too much on his own production. A little ambitious to be moving out with 4 Marines at this stage of the match. Especially considering he has very few other units. Quad Visor barreling across. There is another proxy barracks to the north side. A tank joins production. Now, the Marines actually will kill a Stalker. But the Reaper might want to retreat. Another Marine coming up. Does he have an NG bay? He could maybe build a planetary. He will build a planetary. This could buy him some time to get a tank out. The tank is not rallied to the greatest location. The planetary is on the way. It's going to take a lot of damage from the Immortal. He just walks up into the main. The main completely exposed. The supply depot's there to distract. Unfortunately, the tank dies immediately. The boys could be pulled. The planetary's almost online, so he does have a It's not over yet. Another tank in production. The planetary nearly done. The Stalker's distracted. And in the main as well. The planetary going to work. The Stalker's taking a lot of damage. He works his way through. The planetary doing a lot to actually reinforce this army. The SCVs. Idle innocent bystanders. The tank comes out. Siege is up. Now dead. Not looking incredible. The planetary kills the Immortal. Trying to hold the line. It will die, but will it get the Stalker with its dying breath? I don't know if they breathe. Unfortunately, it does seem Galacticus has no units, which is oftentimes bad. It's looking like the Wolverines will be starting one match down. Quad Visor 64-7 supply. GG! And Michigan State will take match number 1, giving them a 1-0 lead. The Bronze League match will go to Quad Visor. Let's put it on the board. And there it is. Galactica's falling, losing the game, but winning our hearts. Unfortunately, that victory does not put a point on the board. Oh, yeah, they just do a lot of clapping. Do we have a way to put the score thing? Where's my... Oh. That... No, I need to do this. Jimmy, fix it! Oh, it's pretty hot. Give him a check mark. Maybe it needs to be a different color. Jimmy, pick a different marker. Alright. So we'll be moving in. Remember, these players were recruited, and these are the leagues they were a month ago. Some of them have moved up or practiced or things like that. Quad Advisor is down for an interview. Alright. Let's hear it from the man himself. Or woman. He's ready for an... Oh. Alright. I'm just gonna drag him down. I'm sorry to pop this on you. How you doing, Quad Advisor?
I'm doing very good. How are you doing?
How you feeling after that match? Putting Michigan State in the lead.
I'm feeling pretty good. I was really worried about that, and I don't know if you could tell from those both games at the beginning of the game. I was so nervous I couldn't even play Starcraft.
I noticed you did cancel your warp gating game.
Yeah, I cancel things sometimes. I don't know how I do it, but I'm really good at it.
But I'll give you credit. Getting warp gate in the first place already puts you at a pretty solid tier. So you're listed on the Bronze League match. Could you give me a little bit of a backstory and like how much you played StarCraft when you started playing?
So I played my first game, I'd say like 3 weeks ago, and only have played intermittently. Since then, I have one slight leg up and everything is that my roommate is president of the MSU StarCraft club, and he's a Diamond Zerg. So like, he's terrible at teaching Protoss, but he's good enough to get me in Bronze. So I've had that, and then I practiced pretty good the last 2 days, but that's where I'm at. I placed in Silver and then dropped because I'm bad, and here I am.
It looked pretty good, honestly. In my opinion, you'll definitely if you play a little bit more, you'll be moving up for sure. It was solid enough. Like,
yeah, I literally had your videos up today. Like I rewatched like I think what would be your most recent like Protoss build guide against like no AI like twice, 2 to 3 times today. So
unfortunately, that means you used it against
yeah,
but.
So I'm sorry about that, but I actually come from the Ann Arbor area, so I'm not against U of M, but I'm glad.
But you literally were. And,
but
congratulations on your victory.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Quad Advisor. Keep it up and keep playing.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right, we're ready for the next match. We're going into Silver League match. It's gonna be Anoko / New Guy versus Sparkle Hands. Looks like we're ready to go in just a moment. Michigan State Spartans are up 1-0. we're in. Let me introduce you to our players for the University of Michigan. The Silver League hero. It is Sparkle Hands, the Terran in the blue. And in the top right, representing Michigan State University. Get that. Jimmy, get it off the oh, wait, you didn't think this through, did you? It's New Guy / whatever his name was on the other thing. I don't remember. But it's New Guy. And this is our silver tier match. Of course, we're going to have one match for each league. And now it's Terran versus Terran. We'll see what kind of grasp, what these players are interested in. Now that we've moved up to silver, we see players walling off the ramp. Which is a productive move forward from our previous match, of course. Newer players moving in. But the SCV is duking it out. Pushing away that of New Guy. Looks like it's going to be a Reaper expand for both sides. So a nice solid baseline. A bit of a macro opener. We'll have to see how the Reaper duels end up panning out, if we see them at all. There is a Reaper coming up. Will they commit it to going across the map, or are they going to play it safe? It looks like New Guy already has his rally to quite far out. Now, what tech do we see aside from the Reapers? Do we just keep building Reapers? Do we just have it out? We just agree? We put our bets on our champions. Each player gets one champion. Whoever wins the duel, that's it. That's the match. We'll see. Sparkle Hand's going to be going into the base. There's nothing at home to defend besides the boys. He's going to be on the SCVs. The SCV's already coming out. Grenade thrown. He's looking for some damage. He almost extricates himself from the base of his own accord. The expansion is building in the main. It is exposed. The factory will be delayed. The Reaper very angry at that depot. Thankfully for New Guy, he got a little distracted by the sexy depot and didn't go for too many other SCVs. The grenade hits both Reapers. The dance. Sparkle Hands tries to escape. New Guy's Reaper on the chase. If they continue moving at the same speed, then Sparkle Hand should be able to heal and get away. It looks like New Guy has given up the chase, realizing the futility of it. Now maybe he'll move in with his own Reaper. So a little bit of a lead for Sparkle Hand, but make no mistake, a lead at this stage of the game means very, very little. Oh, a beautiful block! What a play. But that will force the Reaper on the other side, but all the units are on the bottom of the ramp. Will he be able to delay the starport as well? Starport nearly finished. He'll throw the last screws into it before he dies. A couple of the boys are pulled. New Guy gonna try to micro around, but Sparkle Hands has his Reaper back for revenge. The Marines, shots fired. He's going to survive for now. Alright, finally taken out. A little bit behind on the tech is New Guy. But not massively so. He still has time. He's adding on production. A smart move. Sparkle Hands is as well. It looks like both players are going to be going into more defense. Here with siege tanks and the like, all sieged up at the bottom of the ramp. We should see one from New Guy in just a moment. As he adds on that production, his starport, more SCVs, about even in the SCV count. Oh, he just lets him go. He's like, no. I've already found my quota of Reapers to kill. We're no longer allowed to kill Reapers. They're not in season. So the Reaper will escape. Wait, for now. The Marines stare it down. Reaper getting into the main. Doesn't quite realize. He just flipped over. Okay, the tech lab goes onto the starport. The Reaper, the beautiful micro at the back. New Guy on the chase. The Reaper still surviving. He continues to move his way around the main. Another grenade thrown out just to annoy. And finally, wait, no! How is it not dead? Okay. Now, both Reapers have finally been killed in the epic Reaper duel. The champions have been slain. Now the game can continue. But Sparkle Hands looking quite... He has 2 medevacs, 2 tanks, a bunch of Marines. This is not an insignificant force here. Not even a single tank out for New Guy. Is this going to line up to be an attack? On the other side, we do have Cloaked Banshees, double Engineering Bay, and Stim and Combat Shields. You guys know how I feel about Combat Shields. Right now, our Wolverine player looking strong. Maybe some revenge for his brother Terran, Galacticus, in the previous match. But he isn't researching Stim as of yet. So as time goes on, New Guy will have a stronger and stronger force. Sparkle Hand is definitely going to... Okay, he starts his Stim upgrade. No more production, though. So New Guy definitely going to have an edge in that. Starting his double upgrades as well in a pretty timely manner. A Cloaked Banshee is coming across, and that could be a serious threat. Will there be... He's been dropping mules pretty regularly. Sparkle Hand's on top of the macro, but when Cloaked Banshee is coming to your base, you may regret that. A Liberator for Sparkle Hands, though. How much damage will that do? Both players whipping their starport units out and keeping them at the ready. The Liberator going to go into the main. The Banshee still standing idly by. The Liberator moving around. The Marines are already on the way back, so he realizes this is happening. The STVs are exposed. The Armory, well, going to be delayed for quite a bit. And, of course, the Liberator pretty good against Marines, but there's too many Marines, and the Liberator will be taken out. So some damage from that harassment Liberator. He scans just to make sure he saw what he saw before. And a scan at the front as well. Those are indeed all the units that New Guy has. New Guy may have forgotten about his Banshee, unfortunately, in the heat of the moment. The TPM raises, the turrets per minute. Upgrades across the board. The Armory will want to see a restart in production, ideally. The worker count surprisingly even. Is that... Who's that a scan for? But the Banshee coming in, there's still no detection. SCVs will more than likely die. The question is just how many. The Banshee's already pre-cloaked. Going to work. 2 shots to kill an SCV. And now this is a real threat. The SCVs are pulled away. He does have the energy for a single scan. He doesn't have one in the main. Oh, he has it at the third as well. It shouldn't be a huge concern. The scan comes out. The Banshee microed away. Both players surprisingly solid at macroing behind. New Guy not banking up minerals at all. Not supply blocked while microing his Banshee. So, some credit there where credit is due. And he's got 1-1 and combat shields done. So, as long as New Guy is sieged up, this attack should be less than ideal. But, once again, if the depots at the front form a wall, but for who? That's the big question. Oh, the armies are moving out. Oh, this could be very awkward in a moment. Whoever sieges up first is going to have a huge advantage. We stim the Marines. The tank siege on both sides. Stims to the front. He's trying to target. Both players run past to target the tanks, which ends in disaster for New Guy, as Sparkle Hands had significantly more bio units. Our Wolverine player cutting through. There's a single tank on the high ground, though. The boys buffering for now. Big shots coming out. It's not over yet, but it's not looking great. The orbital under fire. There's nothing left to come down the ramp. Sparkle Hands has ripped through the front. The army crumbles and now finds himself up 70 supplies. Scans the top. It's just a single tank. He's gonna drop on, well, okay, he drops on top. Finds the opportunity. Gonna lay down the killing blow. And New Guy just simply doesn't have the production. He had good moves, but unfortunately, unfortunately, did not find the engagement he needed. That's going to be a win. Sparkle Hands will take it. The first victory for the University of Michigan. But it's a best of 3. As we go into the next match. Remember, the leagues for the matches are when the match was organized a month ago. A lot of these players have been practicing. I believe Sparkle Hands has made it to gold. New guy has been playing. Yeah, he's gold 3 at the moment, and he shows a lot of promise. New guy as well has moved up. I think he's silver 1. But I mean, what are you gonna say? Like, no, we've scheduled the match for a month from now. Now nobody is allowed to play StarCraft till then. No, of course not. So we're gonna be moving into game number 2. Once we figure out the maps. Now, these are best of 3s across the board. As we're, I don't know where these players go after one game, but apparently we've lost both of them. Which is a classic tournament move. So, as we wait to get into the next match, I don't know where they went, but they're gone. They might not know it's a best of 3. Who knows? Alright. We're moving into match 2. And we seem to be ready to go. All right. Looks like the players are ready. And we're moving into game 2 of this best of 3 match of this collegiate team league. The players have come back from their meditation breaks, and we're on match point. Of course, every game 2 and 3 in a best of 3 is match point, but that doesn't make it any less dramatic. Winning last game with some solid macro and a good engagement. Sparkle Hands represents the Michigan Wolverines. And on the opposite side, needs to take 2 in a row. It's New Guy. showing some strength himself. It wasn't a pushover. If he can get his production up a little bit quicker, make sure his tanks are sieged a little bit better, then that's what long, grindy, back and forth TVTs are made of. Which I wouldn't mind seeing. A scout from new guy. Parasite was the pick as well. I don't know if he actually has a strategy or if he's like, just take that one. But we'll assume he has something that's going to blow everyone's minds. Thank you, One Mind Gaming Society, by the way, speaking of, for helping put together this event. Shout out to them in the chat. Go give them a follow. You can find, well, after the slight delay we have. All of that, thank you for putting this, or helping put this together. Sparkle Hands, sending the SCV out, but that's not the normal direction to send the SCV out. Where is he going? We're just going to have to wait and see. He is building an expansion in the normal location, so... He's going to a very suspicious corner of the map. Now, there's a... We'll keep tabs on that. We'll keep tabs on that. Who knows? Is it going to be a hidden third? A proxy starport? Did he forget he sent out an SCV? Any of these could be possible. But now, I like this. New guy just keeping his Reaper in his base. Not going to have a repeat of the previous game with so much, well, could have been even more damage from the Reaper, but he's going to already take some shots from the high ground. Sparkle Hand's going to try to give him the runaround. He gives up, though. Oh, the dodges. A little, maybe over-dodging. No. The duel is won. And that.
First blood.
That means new guy has 2 Reapers to none. There's actually no units on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, he's supply blocked. New guy's already looking at some potential damage here. The command center will finish. He'll be able to make some Marines, but 2 Reapers and a Hellion gonna make quick work of a couple Marines. Thankfully, the expansion finishes, which means he will be able to get his orbital and not worry about it being delayed. On the other side, new guy, his expansion's a little bit later, but there is some potential to put on pressure, and SCVs are exposed. These 2 are free. Nothing is in production off of the Tech Lab factory. That could change very soon. He raises the depots, which should minimize the damage. The starport could be delayed here. The SCV is exposed. Just a couple Marines at the front. The Reapers and Hellions could take that, but not going to take the risk. New guy striking back for the Spartans. Starport finishes up. Gonna throw a reactor on it as well. A tank has already completed. He's gonna find himself at a slight worker lead. Now, the Reapers and Hellions, there's not that much on the ground. 6 Marines should enough, but he could lose a couple fresh mules as well. The Marines need to come down the ramp, but the mules are already dead. Wait. Okay, he comes back to finish the job. More SCVs are falling. He's built, but... Wait, okay, so he's proxying the fusion core, but he's building the starports at his main. So I told you some next level meta was going to be coming out of that SCV. Just... What a swerve here. Hiding the fusion core. So it is going to be a battle cruiser. Now, he doesn't quite... It's going to be a struggle to find the gas for it. But one battle cruiser can definitely change almost anything in a match of StarCraft. Already a lot of SCVs have gone down, but the Marine count is high enough. The Marines are retreating up the ramp, once again abandoning the SCV. So very inconsiderate here of Sparkle Hands, having some trouble under the pressure of the Reaper and Hellions. Well, Reapers and Hellion. 9 SCVs have been lost. But he's kept up SCV production, so he's not behind really at all. A cloak is on the way, but we all know the only... Okay, actually, he did build a Banshee. A Cloak Banshee could screw everything up. Sparkle Hands, though, doesn't... He has a Liberator, well, trying to join production, but you can tell how much the pressure has really gotten to him here. He's supply blocked. More depots on the way. Building a Liberator. He's finished the Fusion Core, but does not yet have the gas for a battle cruiser. Unless he's going to go with a ranged Liberator, which would be a very interesting choice. And by interesting, I mean not very good. He's going to build a Raven. He may have forgotten that he built that Fusion Core. It's possible. You know, I just, sometimes when I leave Fusion Cores out, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's where I left that. You know how it goes. A scan. He's going to see, indeed, more production on the line. And then the counter scan. He's going to see double starport production. What does it mean? Could be anything. It is going to be a ranged Liberator, which, if there isn't actually a Viking, it can outrange Marines. So, I'm not sure if this is like, oh, I don't have the gas for a Liberator, or if it, well, if it was the plan all along, I'm impressed. But there are turrets coming up. Several. Oh, well, he's really making sure the Liberator doesn't come in this specific angle. But Advanced Ballistics is on the way. On the other side, we got 1-1. No stim or combat shields yet. The early pressure has definitely slowed things down for both sides. Sparkle Hands keeping things together. Oh, and just before the scan, moving out. Where's the Liberator headed to? That's the question. Will it fly right over the turret group, thus dying horribly? Oh, the Cloak Banshee tries to come in, but the Raven was there. Uh-oh. All right, so the Liberator, he's invested a lot in this. How will it go? It's sitting at the edge. He could sneak by. He decides maybe that's not the best move, and the Liberator will survive for now. The depots are definitely making sure no more Reapers get into the main. So he's locked that option down. Looks like we're going to transition into bio, it looks like. A little bit of a flavorful unit composition that we haven't really seen before. Another phalanx of turrets will potentially lock out the Liberator, but it does have those advanced ballistics, so the range, he's taken the scenic route. What? Oh, those rocks are very dead now. New guy... Yeah, he's got 1-1. Still lacking in that combat shields and stim. I'm not sure if stim will help or hurt him more, though. Oh, the turrets. The Liberator right nearby. Can he see it? Yes, he can see it. But can he stop it? That's a bigger question. Sparkle Hands has his third. Just falling back on that macro. Unfortunately, the Liberator siege is up, but the preemptive turrets will shoot it down immediately. I swear, officer, those turrets came out of nowhere. Another Liberator. Will it make the mistakes of previous Liberators? Does he try to siege it up in the exact same spot? The turret will push it away. Thankfully not trying to siege. Sparkle Hands, he's going to try to dodge the turret. He will successfully. Is there... Oh, and from downtown. The liberation is at hand. He can't actually stop that with Marines. Suddenly Sparkle Hands has opened up so much opportunity on the map. The SCVs will just mine from the main. He doesn't have a third. He's working on it. A Viking joins production. New guy. I was about to say, he correctly realizes that that's a ranged Liberator and he can't attack it. He thought about it with the Marines for a second, but just going to bide his time. He's got money to spend in the meantime. Another Liberator coming up, but one Viking should be enough to drive both away. Sparkle Hand still building up at home. He doesn't have that much production, but he's been spending his money, which is most of the battle. The Viking going to work. Well, he will be able to unsiege in time. The Viking may get a last shot off. This is an incredible duel. 3 Liberators now on the opposite side of the map. They will siege up at the front. I mean, they will well, they're gonna slow down. the continued... Yeah, several Vikings are queued up to deal with this. He doesn't like Liberators. And I mean, who can blame him? They're annoying. And they kill your SCVs and everything else. That's also bad. Okay. Alright. New guy still putting things together. He's got Stim and Combat Shield now. Is that a battlecruiser? A battlecruiser is in production. It's happening. Another scan. Scans on both sides. The counter scan. Back to the other side. The intelligence war continues. Another scan. Does he counter? The tanks will unsiege, but will they go into the waiting Liberators? No. Sparklehand's very active on the expansions. He's got 69 to 48 SCVs. His base is potentially under attack. The SCV is exposed. The Reaper Hellion has survived a surprising amount of time. A small group of Stim Marines will actually work their way through and slaughter. Oh, the Liberators found by the Vikings taken out. I don't even know how he found those. So, Battlecruiser's not the greatest counter to Mass Viking, even with their newfound ability to shoot while moving. So, new guy is actually, his army, his upgrades are better. His army is better. Sparklehand's definitely more accomplished when it comes to unit production and spending his money, but the army he's building doesn't do much against the Mass Viking Marine tank. New guy's coming across the map looking for an attack. There's a single tank sieged up. There's a lot of bio. As long as the army is all together, if it's disjointed, unfortunately, he left his tanks at home for the most part. Oh, no, actually, he brought a lot. How many tanks does he have? 10 tanks. It's a lot of tanks. Battlecruiser shows up. The Marines will try to fight. Not, okay. All right, will the Battlecruiser jump? Everybody stims. They might need to go to rehab. He's gonna try to, oh, he jumps, but where did he go? Into the main! Of course. He's gonna build turrets underneath, but the Vikings come back. The same time, Vikings fighting at the front. Oh, the Vikings almost incidentally killing the Raven. The Battlecruiser in the main will be cleaned up. The third base finally being taken. Sparklehand's now slowly working on his upgrades. He's building a couple Battlecruisers. He's lost the first one. The 3-3 has started for new guy. If there's one thing he's definitely got the lead in, it's those upgrades. Medevacs coming out. The army's still scary. Actually, all the medevacs, he's gonna try to chase down the army at the front. Sparklehand is maxed out and he's spoiling for a fight. But in any TVT, better upgrades and tanks sieged up are much more important than the actual army supply. The attack could go forward. The Liberators may be looking for a siege up. The scan forward. Now, who runs up a ramp into whose tanks? This is a very important question. Are the tanks sieged? New guy, he needs to siege his tanks. He does. The army's so clumped up. The Liberator at the back, but the tanks are sieged, and the upgrades are there. He's running down the ramp to target the tank, which is not ideal. But it's a massacre on both sides. The Liberator helping out a lot. He tries to save some of the tanks. Liberator moving out. New guy needs to rebuild that army as soon as possible. Now, not like Sparklehands had a particularly resounding victory. That was still not a perfect engagement by any means, but unfortunately, new guy with the classic move of trying to kill the tank no matter what is in front of it. Blood in his eyes, and also on the ground after he bleeds out and all his Marines die horribly. But the game is not over. New guy still has the ability to make more Marines, and he may use that ability very soon. SCVs will find their way to the third. A jump! Now this time 2 Battlecruisers, both into the main, where there are turrets. The Yamato Cannon used. There's still a turret going to work. For some reason the BCs are not. I don't know if he's manually Oh, the scramble! Wow, beautiful choice. I mean, he already jumped in, and then the turrets that he already knew were there will flank the Battlecruisers, and they will be taken out. So, a questionable jump, but new guy still has hope. Sparklehands continues to build up. He's still building Battlecruisers, which is where most of the hope for new guy comes from, because the Battlecruisers are just not getting as much done as you might hope. But Vikings and tanks and upgrades in production. Finally, new guy has made it back to building Marines, which is very good. What is this music? What is this music, Starcraft? Anyways, the battle cruisers are closing in on the northern base. The Wolverine cruisers haven't been particularly effective thus far, but there's still time. 3-3 is done on the ground for new guy. Unfortunately, he only has about 13 Marines to utilize it. Sparkle Hands is maxed out once again. We've got Neo-Steel armor and high-sec auto-tracking on the way. The battle cruisers are at the front. The scan, that is Sparkle Hand scan. He's gonna find the cruisers. He throws the interference matrix. The medevacs show up, kind of giving away what's about to happen. Are the tanks sieged at the back? A very important question. The Viking micro is great. The tanks being not sieged, not as great. New guy desperately trying to put units on the field. He's running out of options. A scan. The army is there. The tanks are not sieged. We're gonna leapfrog forward. Now Sparkle Hands, he doesn't know there's a base up here.
But the base is being attacked.
He's got a good point. Continuing to move forward. There's a lot of scans. And a scan back. The war continues. Another scan. Another scan! Both sides. But some Yamato cannons come out onto the Vikings, but there are enough Vikings to continue to fight. Unfortunately, the Marines are drawn into the fray and are blasted to bits. There's still a lot of Vikings here. Oh, is he moving forward? Oh no, the ground army as well! There are so many tanks! Where are the Vikings? The Vikings come in! The ground army is obliterated! It's a disaster! Everything from the blue Terran player is dying. I don't know if scrambling the tanks will do much, but it will force them to stay siege. Sparkle Hands is down in supply! So, well, tanks are pretty good, as he has yet to really truly grasp, and he will leave new guy's base intact and continuing to mine. Not that new guy has a lack of resources, but the auto turrets he's chasing down the tanks. More tanks, Marines, and Marauders. Another auto turret coming up. The tanks are very angry at it, as you can see by the way they look at it. The Raven micro continues. A scan. Wait, who is scanning who now? Oh, he scans the base. Sparkle Hands, better late than never. Scanning the bases to see what's happening. The tank at the front, he drops the Vikings on the deck. The tank will be taken out. Sparkle Hands has plenty of resources both sides have plenty of resources with which to rebuild. New guy chooses to use them on supply depots, which is maybe not the highest priority right now, but they did successfully distract the Wolverine player in the last engagement. Neo-Steel armor and high-sec auto-tracking are done, but whatever that's worth. Scans. I don't have any idea who's scanning. Okay. They scan the army. Sparkle Hands has rebuilt. He's nearly at 200 supply again. A handful of Marines will scout the base to the north. The Vikings will move to defend. But the Marines are on the chase. Still, 3-2 upgrades now done on those Marines. Marines slaughtering innocent SCVs. I believe that's a war crime. Unfortunately, this means the Vikings will be out of position. New guy's base will be exposed. Will Sparkle Hands decide to take it out? He's tried this before. He's a little bit... No, is he gonna... Oh God. No. Okay, so the... The Marines are going forward. We've seen this story before. The turrets are going to work on the medevacs. That's so many tanks. That is so many tanks on both sides. It's a massacre. Does he drop the Vikings on the deck? He can, and clear up the tanks. Once again, Sparkle Hands tries to attack into the front. Once again, there are still tanks there. And now he has lost 121 Marines. And New Guy will hold again. The cost efficiency difference is quite dramatic. The command center makes it back home. Even the Ravens survived. The minerals are all mined out of the first 2 bases for New Guy. The Spartan player playing it slow and steady. There's a Widow Mine. Where did that come from? Sparkle Hands is mining from all of the bases on his side of the map, pretty much, almost. But has yet to find a way to deal with tanks that are sieged up. Unfortunately, there's a traffic jam on the ramp, which means New Guy can't get his units out. We're going to need to free up. He's now just got the mass Viking army, which has somehow... No, instead of unsieging the tanks, he decides the move of just picking them up into the medevacs was definitely more a good option. So that's not really dealing with the source of the problem, I would say. But the scans, both sides, scans the main, scans the base. There's long distance mining. Why? Don't question it. All right, the tanks, unfortunately, still no. The ones in the front have to. You're quintuple parked. Okay, I don't. It's like when people try to leave after the game. That's pretty much how it goes. Except nobody ever moves, and they just run over other people's tanks and lawns and all that. You know how it is. Oh my god, the drop of doom! And he's finally moved out. The main base is so... I mean, how many medevacs does he? He has 17 medevacs. That number is going to be a lot less in a moment, but... The Vikings come back. Everything unloads. Well, most everything unloads. The tanks... a couple of the tanks in the main. He should be able to kill most of these medevacs very, 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 very quickly. Unfortunately, the traffic jam on the ramp is not continuing. The medevacs should eventually die. But the tank will be killed. Some of the units are making their way back. That's still far too much to be able to deal with. There's a single tank on the low ground. The Vikings taking a lot of losses as they micro into the Marines, which it kind of seems like the opposite. Anyways, a lot of 29 Vikings have died, leaving him with only 12 Vikings. There's a tank on the low ground. Most of the tanks are exposed. He's trapped him in his own main. A classic tactic. The Ravens are coming back. Does he know about anti-armor missile? The Vikings, what are they? The Vikings are crazy! You are insane! The flight of the... He's gonna land them, but unfortunately the Marines are already there. It all came apart. It's all coming apart. 200 GG! Sparkle Hands. By no means easily, and by no means cleanly, will take the 2-0 victory. But what a meat grinder. And we're all tied up. One to one. We'll see if Sparkle Hands wants to do an interview. We're tied up. Sure. All right, we'll bring him in. How you doing? Congratulations.
Thanks.
Just your thoughts. Your thoughts.
I mean, it was the first game. I went in kind of nervous. I mean, I did win with complete bio. So then I decided to kind of mess around the second game, which you saw because I kind of hit the fusion core.
And well, it ended up going well. How did you feel after the first time you lost all your units to siege tanks?
I thought that since my units were slightly more upgraded, that they'd be able to weather their fire, but I guess not. I started panicking, but it's a good thing I still had a lot of tank left. So I mean, I just kept on
the classic just keep throwing Marines at them until they eventually die tactic. Was
yes.
Fully utilized there. So just give me a little bit of background, like, because you were in silver. So, how long have you been playing StarCraft, and like, has this inspired you to practice more, like this match coming up and all that?
Well, I mean, I started a couple months ago. I actually got started watching your videos. Like, I was looking up some. Yeah, the first RTS I ever played was a Lego DS game called Lego Battles.
Lego Battles?
Yeah, it was a good game. Yeah. But so I recently pulled it back up and started playing, and I was like, I want to play something that's a little more advanced than this, because it's like
I'd say StarCraft is a little more advanced than Lego Battles on the DS probably.
Yep. So I found StarCraft, and it said that they recently went free. So I installed StarCraft and started playing. It's been a blast so far. I just joined the U of M team just a little bit ago because I'm currently in high school. So my high school's esports team, they only have League of Legends. So I went out looking for more StarCraft teams, and then I found. I got lucky, I guess, because the exact moment that I started looking for it, our team leader put up something on Reddit, like literally 2 days before I started looking it up.
Well, that's convenient. I mean, do you plan on going to U of M, or is it just something in the area?
Well, I'm not sure yet. My applications have just gone in, so.
Well, now you got another thing to put on there. Of course. Beating Michigan State, I'm sure Michigan looks at that very kindly. But congratulations, keep playing, and good luck with those applications.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Sparkle Hands, keep it up. And also keep studying, you're not done yet.
Yep.
It's these days. But congratulations to Sparkle Hands. I'm taking it. Thank you to Original Pod for 100 gift subs. By the way, thank you very much for that. Let me get the scores up there. Thank you so much again, of course. Lego Battles, right? Lego Battles. Well, thank you so much. Give them some W's. Shout out to Sparkle Hands. Lego Battles is top notch. But I'll be right back one moment before we get into match number 3. Which will be Hunter Freak versus Brune. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you're enjoying the match. I'll be right back in a moment.
I don't wanna love no more.
All right. Let's see if the players are ready. It's 1-1, all tied up.
But I don't wanna love no more. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't wanna love no more. I don't wanna.
Looks like our players are ready for our gold level match as we work our way up the ranks. The suspense, the drama continues. Well, here we go again. In the bottom left, for Michigan State, it is the Protoss player, Brune. I don't know if you say it like Brune or Bruin, but I'm going to go with Brune. Just draw out the U. And in the top right, for the University of Michigan, the Zerg, Hunter Freak. I need to move this away from the production tab. Put it down there. So professional. Thank you, Original Pod, again. And we're back. All tied up, 1-1. All matches will be played, but bragging rights are important. We all know that. Looks like it's going to be a hatch gas pool. Now we're moving up in the ranks. Remember, well, these were the ranks of the players when the match was organized. I believe about around a month ago. Hunter Freak, I think, has moved up recently this season into Platinum. Brune, I believe, is still chilling in Gold. But, of course, that doesn't mean that he's at a significant disadvantage. Let's be honest here. All these players excited to play StarCraft 2. Shout out to the club presidents, the supreme overlords, the organizers, One Mind Society as well for helping put this all together. And now, of course, I have my own personal investment, as I attended University of Michigan. My girlfriend graduated from there. I have family members who go to Michigan State. Of course, you guys know how rivalries work. So, completely unbiased. Cannons continue to be built at the front. Brune is very, very concerned about potentially... This is definitely a creative wall. We're not sure if he's an architecture major or not. I would probably lean towards a no to kick things off, but we'll find out. Hunter Freak coming across with 8 Zerglings. So not a huge commitment, but not the cheapest either. The Overlord does kind of have a scout on the fact there's no Nexus. I don't think these Zerglings are going to make it through here. Yeah. Alair's already on the way. Double gas. So, no expansion yet. He actually is able to draw the Zerglings into the cannons, doing a lot of damage to him. Will that bait out any more Zergling production? A Roachhorn's on the way. Hunter Freak, despite his opponent not having an expansion, Hunter Freak just now adding on some drones. So he's not going to have a huge economy. The Nexus is on the way. A Robo is the choice for Brune. What are we going to kick things off with? Does he go for a Robo Bay? Of course, Disruptors, Back to the Future. Old Disruptors are back. They hit that whole radius as opposed to just a sliver when they detonate. The Colossus got a slight buff with being a little bit more micro-bull, but Immortal's still amazing as ever. Not a bad choice to kick it off with that, especially considering Hunter Freak. Now, he doesn't know this. Hunter Freak is opting for the Roachhorn and Roach Speed to start it out. +1 ranged attack is on the way. So it is going to be a commitment to roaches. Both players are going to end up on 2 bases. The economy is once again still pretty even. Apparently, the probes can slip by that part. A Twilight Council is done. So, Mass Roach is probably the worst thing that could be coming out of Hunter Freak right now. Looks like he's decided to switch it up. Adding on a Hydra is done. As long as Bruin doesn't end up moving across the map too early, building Immortals and Charge Lots is not a bad choice. Alright. Roach is on the way. Does he actually attack? There's no way. Like, even if it was just the cannons and zealots, that's not enough roaches to actually make it through. A third base coming out from Hunter Freak. A lot of tension, but not a lot of damage from either side so far. +1 attack is on the way. A Warp Prism. Charge. But he only has 2 gateways, so we might want to pump those numbers up. A Templar Archive's on the way. It's all shaping up for a Mortal Archon Charge Lot, but of course, it takes some time to get there. The roaches coming up, the Immortals blasting their faces off. Couple more gates coming up. So, Hunter Freak has built not a small army to start, but Bruin's taking a little longer, but his army is definitely going to be stronger. Archons, Immortals, and Charge Lots, the tried and true brute force style. Very successful, especially against limited Zerg. So Archons do extra damage to biological units. Not just biological units, just biological. Fortunately for Protoss, every single thing a Zerg has, including all of their buildings, is biological. That's just how Zerg do, even if they have the simulant mech Zerg skins. So, making Archons very powerful. If I haven't mentioned that before in the past. This is why I make the big caster bucks. I say few words when many words could sufficiently describe the situation in as much detail as possible. A few Charge Lots being warped in the back. Looks like Hunter Freak is sending his units back. I'm not sure if he's actually sending him back for this specifically, but he should be soon. Burrow move is on the way, but it's not done yet. He's going straight for the drones. The Warp Prism could be exposed. The Charge Lot's going to find a Roach. Of course, eventually it will be cleaned up. The Warp Prism will escape, but he's going to open up the potential attack directly across the map. A third base is on the way for Bruin, but he's kind of cut off that production of really any... He's got 30 probes. Okay, so that's not that many probes. Could add a couple more Archons or Charge Lots on. The Roaches are trying to make their way across. Burrow is done. Burrow move is not tunneling costs. Bruin is kind of in no man's land right now. In the center of the map. Is he going to warp in more? Is there a probe with this? You can never be too careful. Maybe he gets some shield batteries now. Who knows? The Roach Hydra is looking for the third. Not going to find it. It's on the other side. What does Bruin do when he finally sees this? 5 more Charge Lots warping in. 4 more gates as well. Looks like we're going to go forward. We could actually be looking potentially at a base trade. The base will be scouted. Bruin is in the very center of the map. I don't know if he's waiting for... Unfortunately, Hunter Freak has discovered that there's more than one way to attack on this map. Looks like the army's coming back. Recall comes through. Oh, very good recall here, actually. Gonna be right on top of everything. The Immortals and the Archons gonna be blasting through. He could actually flank. There is an Overseer with this. Even the Probe's angry about things. You don't want to have the Warp Prism exposed, but the Charge Lot's underneath. He actually drops him out on top. We're gonna pretend that was intentional. The Charge Lot flank, amazing. So turns things around very quickly. The recall on point, and Hunter Freak forced to retreat, but there's already units there as well. Now a lot more Roach Hydra coming with it. They're stuck! The Archon is too fat! It cannot escape! So this could be an awkward engagement. The Charge Lots, one at a time, trickling in. He's gonna retreat. The Warp Prism is gone. He's blasted through his own forge to escape, but maybe he wants to retreat. You will see. 129 to 77 supply, 32 workers to 47, meaning this Protoss army is quite strong. It has +2 attack against 2-1, so both sides have pretty solid upgrades. Hydra speed isn't done, but Hydra range is. Will Brune have the time to defend this base? He needs to move now. It's gone. But the Hydra's exposed. He is in retreat, but they can't. Oh no, the rocks! He's attacking the rocks! It's a disaster! I don't... Okay, Archon's really helping out. Brune needs to take a really strong fight. Unfortunately, those Hydras don't really have the ability to retreat. The entire Zerg army will be eviscerated. There's not that much in production for Hunter Freak. He has larvae. He's building... No, drones! Drones are the opposite of units! Unless you're drone rushing, but that's a point for another day. And Brune with the counterattack, he may have just stumbled potentially into a victory. We're not there yet, but the Queen's exposed. All with, well, mostly with full energy. That's not enough Roaches and Hydras. 4 Immortals, an Archon, more than enough to potentially punch through. He's gonna have to pull the drones. The boys are pulled. Well, at least the Zerg ones. The Archon does so much damage. The Hydra's on the way. The Archon's gone. He recalls. He's gonna take an Immortal. The rest are gonna make it out. Remember, the third base was exposed. So, Hunter Freak defends. He still has 46 drones. The Templar, do they have Storm? No! They were left behind. So, a dramatic back and forth. The attacks for Hunter Freak not going well, but the defense is definitely looking better. Actually, the defense for both sides, really. By definition. So while Immortal Archon Charge Lot is strong, drones we've seen are stronger. Especially when they get thinned out that much. Zergling's on the way. Hydraling. There are not that many Archons. He's going to build a one to reinforce his Immortals back home. The third base is being retaken. Hunter Freak, the Wolverine Zerg. Which sounds weird to say, but like... And then the Spartan Protoss. That doesn't sound as weird. That sounds pretty cool. I'll be honest here. The Lurker Den coming up. Lurkers could definitely change the equation. Hunter Freak at 47 drones, so not a booming economy, but Brune only at 36 probes, so the same can be said for him. Mainly Nest. A big group of Zerglings on the way. This music is so dramatic. The War Prism coming in towards the top. The Zergling counterattack is slammed. Barely any survivors. But the War Prism intercepted. It was spotted by the Ovies, and the Hydras moved in time. So both sides and their counterattack potential being destroyed. They're just going to have to continue building. God, the music. Who decided, like, oh, what do we do? Just go play those bongos in an empty room? And now we're going to play the Terran theme. What a weird transition. Anyway, if only I could control it. With the Hydraling coming up, he still doesn't have Hydra speed, a dangerous oversight. The Burrow Move Roaches are done. Is there an observer? There are no observers, so these could be quite effective. The cannons at the front were killed in a previous attack. There is no detection. Oh yeah, so was the Forge was also killed. It's just been rebuilt in order to free his base of Archons. Oh, the Roaches pop up. They will kill several probes. He doesn't have that many to lose. But there is no detection. And they will get away. The Roach hit squad, getting the damage done and getting out. Observer in production, but so is a Hive. Hunter Freak with 7 Lurkers and 14 Banelings. Now things are coming together. Of course, Immortals and Archons are still very strong, but if the Lurkers are in the right spot, unfortunately, he's kind of baited Brune into making detection with those Burrow Move Roaches, so that could backfire. If he had just attacked with Lurkers, there would have been no detection, but you never want to take that risk. You can never rely on that. So the Robo Bay finished. What are we going to build out of it? Give me some disruptors. Oh, he doesn't have very many resources because he's lost so much adaptive talons on the way. The lurker burrow speed. Well, the lurker speed and burrow speed. Okay, they burrow faster and they move quicker. It's a little bit of both. Oh, the lurkers will burrow. Where's the observer? Where is it? Where is it? It's not here. That was very apparent by the fact the lurkers are killing everything, but... Oh no, well now it's here. A little bit late though, as the entire army has been shredded. The Hydras are trying to move up. 2 Immortals survive, 1 barely. The Zealots have trapped the Archon somehow magically, but it will be freed. There's a Colossus on the way. I mean, very technically, a Colossus can outrange lurkers. Very, very technically. 6 Ultras! Okay. And also a Spire. Hunter Freak is just getting everything. Now, Brune has been left alive. So, Colossus, Immortal Archon, actually, there's a dream. We've seen it before, but the lurkers may have done critical damage. That might be too much. Now, if Brune has a little bit of time to rebuild, I don't know. Like, Hunter Freak now has the economy to actually build a strong army. The lurkers, taking a dangerous path. He burrows 1. You see how fast it sticks its head in the sand? But there's an observer. It's just 1 lurker. He can kill it. Easy kill. Crushes him. Oh, Brune. Can he move forward, though? There's nothing out here. There's nothing out there for you but death. But a couple more mortals at the back. Okay. That's pretty scary. 2-2 is done. Just ranged attack, though, not melee. Of course, the armor upgrades, chitinous plating, and ultra speed can be researched after that. I don't even know where the ultra cavern is. Oh, of course it's over here. He's got anabolic synthesis, which I don't think anyone will ever call it that. But a massive Zerg army is coming across the map. There are kind of the tools to defend. I mean, on paper. Not if you're on the other side of the map, though. I mean, a base trade might be the best chance. He still has a Dark Shrine. There is a single Overseer. Does Brune, if he recalls with Ultras and Banelings on top of him, what does he do? Okay, here we go! The Ultra Cavern is exposed. I'm not sure that's the worst building to lose right now. It just comes in StarCraft. Whoever had... No, it's a recall! But he didn't bring all the units because the recall... Oh, well, oh, the Baneling! So many Banelings rolling through. Only the Robo units survive. GG. Brune will tap out, and Hunter Freak finally barrels over the top. He makes it through. And he's going to go up 1-0. Of course, these are best of 3s. The Wolverines now have the edge. Yeah, that was quite a Zerg army. Brune built a strong, well, but unfortunately the lurkers, like the lack of detection, it's a classic mistake. And it punished him. But Brune still has a chance. He was by no means getting rolled over. If you could just put that army together a little bit quicker, put it in the right spot, not lose it all to lurkers. You never know. We'll see what map Brune wants. I mean, I guess at this level, it's not quite as important, but Blue Shift's kind of considered a mediocre Protoss map because it's quite difficult to defend against massive Zerg attacks. It's up to Brune to decide. Maybe he's taking some advice from his teammates. It's going to be Cerulean Fall, which is definitely a stronger Protoss choice, assuming you're going to sit in your base and build a bunch of Immortals and Archons. We're jumping in. Hunter Freak has requested a short, just a few seconds, because he's got hand cramps. I assume they're he says cramps. I'm assuming hand cramps. I mean, that was quite a long game, and a stressful one, and it was very close. But, of course, they are allowed that. Brune is ready. Bruin. I'm still not sure. Thank you guys. Josie96 for 15 months. Jive91 for 9. Demogron for 2. Tempest334 for 9. Menchu9 for the host with 1 viewer. Thank you for being here. Blue Gamer for the sub. And Original Pod, of course, for way too many gift subs. Alright, we're ready to go. Cerulean Fall. Brune must win 2 in a row. We've had 2 O's so far. But will that continue? Oh, I forgot to get them to pick the right colors. And also, he picked Terran. All right, back to the drawing board. It's stressful. This is stressful, right? It is a dangerous game. We are ready to go. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to One Mind Society for putting this together. Gonna have some links and stuff in the chat. Hopefully you guys are enjoying, and maybe this inspires some more. And of course, if you go to Michigan or Michigan State, join the Starcraft Club. Today, like you can do it right now. And join these beautiful people. Good luck, have fun, go blue. Hunter Freak starts it out. In the bottom left. From Michigan State. Brune. And winning the first game. It's Hunter Freak. What? This is StarCraft. Don't get so excited. Everybody calm down. We're like esports monks. Oh wait, I gotta update the score. Winter, get the score. Is that... Okay, the probe is going out. That is not normally where a probe goes. Begging the question, why? Is this a proxy? You dirty, dirty Protoss. Oh, yeah, he's got a plan. Oh, he's got a plan. Not sure what it is yet. It has yet to be revealed. It's going to be a bit. Until that Cybercore finishes up. He's going to proxy a Cybercore. Next level strat. Is he going to proxy a Cybercore, though? No. He's making a Zealot. It is a hatch first again. No, a Forge. Okay. Okay. Feels like Brune has a lot of pieces, like, oh, that didn't quite come together. He's got an idea, but wasn't 100% sure what he wanted to start. But the default, of course, getting the Forge in the gate. Okay, that is not a hard wall. Okay, everything's panned out. We're good. Now we have to wonder what's gonna happen over here. The Cybercore is finishing up in a few seconds. I'm feeling Stargate. It could be just a DT rush. I mean, that's a classic tactic. Oh, all right, Pro Bull. Let's start. Does he go for 2? No. Now, the question will also be, does Hunter Freak even scout in the main? He sent his Overlord, unfortunately, all the way to the left side, which means he's not going to have vision of whether or not Brune is expanding. The probe wants to get back inside. The Zealot says, show me your papers. The probe shows him his papers. He's let back in. Papers, please. A handful of Zerglings. So what is the choice? Oracle? Void Ray? Oracle. Proxy Oracle. A classic. The Overlord are going to get into the main and we'll see nothing. But nothing in and of itself can be something. 3 Zealots on the way. Zergling speed is done. Gotta make sure to maintain that wall. There's still no vision of the fact there's no expansion. Hunter Freak is about to get that information. The Oracle gonna be heading straight towards the main. An Oracle can kill a Queen as well. The Nexus is on the way. 2 Evolution Chambers. There's only 27 workers for Hunter Freak. He can't absorb that many losses. A Void Ray will be the follow-up. The Spartan Oracle moving in. Gonna start killing drones. Does he go for the Queen? Alright, he's targeting drones. Is that actually a oh my god, the damage is racking up. Six drones so far. He's gonna go down to the net. He still has a little bit of energy to work with. The drones are pre-pulled, smartly done. Honestly, 6 workers and keeping the Oracle in good health. A successful proxy Oracle. That puts him, well, he's not in the lead in the drone count, but he has definitely set Hunter Freak back, and there's still that threat. A Void Ray is going to follow it up, and there's a lot of areas where the Void Ray could be effective. A Forge and a Robo back at home. Not a bad choice either. Brune with a nice follow-up. Just needs to build the probes now. Oracle comes into the main. It finds another kill. This one not going to do as well. Maybe got a little bit over-ambitious. The Void Ray, though, is in position. He can start going to work on some drones. There's very little. The only anti-air, he goes for the lair. That's maybe ambitious. Roaches don't shoot up, unfortunately. Oh, Queen. The Void Ray micro. We'll see what the legacy of this Void Ray is. Looks like it will be shut down. Queen's quite good against Void Rays with their essentially infinite range. Oh. Tunneling Claws is on the way. The only thing he's missing now is the burrow upgrade. But that will give quite a cool look to his roaches. Both players kind of thrown off by this Stargate. Hunter Freak, I don't know if he's looking. Well, he knows there's not a Stargate in the base, so based on process of elimination, it's somewhere else. It looks like he's going to find it. Shouldn't be too big a deal now. Void Ray will stick it home. Brune's going to be building up Immortals. Neither side having a great economy after that early aggression. Tunneling Claws is nearly done, but unfortunately those roaches can't actually tunnel. He may realize that soon. More roaches on the way. But Immortals being chrono boosted out. Brune is putting together a strong force. Just roaches. I mean, there's a Void Ray. There's gonna be... Okay, I thought... Okay, he has 1 immortal. He's gonna want more than 1 immortal. Ideally, like, 9 immortals, but we'll start... You gotta start somewhere, right? So... Burrow starts. Ravagers on the way. Cannons as well. Another immortal joins production. Very important here. Brune continuing to make probes. Also important. The third base on the way for Hunter Freak. He's got his backup strat. But this attack is starting to size up. The Corrosive Biles could make or break it, to be honest. If the Corrosive Biles land on, say, the Immortal, the Void Ray, then it all starts falling apart. That's enough to break through. But if they don't quite hit, if he misfires or he just uses them all on a cannon or a pylon or something, then these Immortals are going to blast through. Charge starts. Templar Archives. Brune is putting together that strong Protoss army, warping in even more Zealots. Charge is still a ways off. Burrow is about to finish. There's a cannon at the front, so the Roaches are not getting through this. The Queens are on the march. Brenda, who said we needed to attack now? Oh, just... Okay. I guess so. I don't like Void Rays either. I don't like Void Rays on my lawn. Not in my backyard. Not on my creep. An Observer is done, though, as well. Learning the mistakes. They move. He doesn't have Roach speed, so the Tunneling Cause moves very slow. He's coming down the ramp. This is the worst-case scenario, though, for the Protoss. Somehow, almost every Corrosive Bile is perfectly dodged. +1 is done as well. That's going to be a big help. Big Corrosive Biles. But there's still an Observer, so that means there's still detection. Corrosive Bile's coming out. He's going to blast through the Queen. The Lings can get on top of the Immortals, though. He's got to be very careful with them. Charge is not done yet. Corrosive Bile coming through. The Micro back. Good so far. The cannon lives. Another Immortal comes out. He's blasting through. Brune is holding the line. Another round of Corrosive Biles land on the Immortal, trigger the barrier, but it's enough to hold for now. The cannon helping out a ton. Charge is nearly done. +1 helping. Oh, the Immortal's going on the chase. Don't be too ambitious. You're crazy. He loses everything but the Immortals, but, I mean, at least they're living up to their name. Storm is on the way. Hunter Freak actually has less drones, but that's about to change. Three more Queens on the way. Baneling Nest as well. Brune holding the line. He's got not a okay economy. There's an Overlord. Oh, Overlord in the main. As we wind up potentially for another attack. A lot of Overlords exposed. This could become an Overlord graveyard if Brune is able to get to it. Of course, his anti-air consists of 2 Stalkers. He lost the Stargate out on the map. The tension mounts. Hunter Freak with a Vigor army, but as is customary with Roach Ravager, that's not surprising. Storm is nearly done. There are a couple Templar, 3. Brune is once again building the army. Okay, it's taken a while to put together, but good things almost always do. He's gonna need to hit the Storms. The Immortals need to be at the back line. Some more Templar coming through. But Hunter Freak, 47 drones is not a huge economy. So, if his attack fails dramatically, then the game can easily turn around. Observer's going out. I'm not sure what happened to the other Observer he had. Must have been hit by... Oh, wait, no, that's still the same one. Still the same one out here. He's only built 1 Observer this game. Zergling is at the front. The rest of the army. Okay. It comes down to the Storms. The Observer should spot this. Well, okay. Baneling speed is about to finish. The upgrades, 1-1 against +1. More gates on the way. The third base has finished for Brune. It's all about the Storms, because these charge lots are going to evaporate to the Banelings. There's no Archons with the army. He's going to go right underneath the Observer. These are going to still have to be some massive Storms, because the Immortals on their own aren't enough. Oh, it's right there. It's right. The Observer sees it. Oh, the Storm start! Oh my God! massive storms, but is he done? There's more storms where that came from. The Immortals, the Templar, is there one? That one doesn't have energy. There's not enough energy for another storm for 2 more seconds. He can cast it right now. He doesn't, not in time. The corrosive vials come through, but the Immortals hold the line. Enough damage was done. Charge lots reinforcing. Even probes came up, very ambitious, maybe even too ambitious. A Spire is on the way. The Observer, the real MVP there, giving him all that vision, but the Templar didn't quite get everything they needed. There is literally no anti-air besides Storm. Actually, what happened to the 2 Stalkers? The Stalkers are dead. Well, no, there's a Stalker in the main. Not that Hunter Freak has that much banked up. He's building a lot of drones now, finally settling in. Now, Archons against Mutas is a very one-sided battle. Storm is also quite good against him. Another Spire. He may have forgotten the first Spire. I doubt it. That Spire's, I mean, it's right next to it, so it'd be hard to forget. The Mutas join the production tab. He adds an infestation pit. He's kind of just clicking around trying to figure out what he wants next. But Brune is continuing to build up. If he takes too much time figuring out what he wants, then Brune can come... The Roaches sneak into the 3rd. Banelings are crushed, but the probes, 12 probes, a beautiful Roach attack. Comes in and cuts Brune's probe count down to 35. 17 Mutas now on the way. The Roaches come back in for more, maybe a little bit too much. Oh, now they're very good. But 14 probes. 17 Mutas are more than enough. There are no Archons with this army. He desperately needs more than no Archons. The Mutas and Lynx. What else is there on the ground? Not much. 2 Ravagers and 18 Lynx. So if the Storms are incredible... Actually, the Mutas... This is kind of a weird scenario. Oh, he's going to see the Mutas with the Warp Prism. Very important. Very important here. What does he do? What does he warp in? He comes back. Charge lots don't shoot up. That's an important point to make. He's waiting. Maybe some more Templar. The Mutas are sharking around. He's gonna really struggle. If the Mutas are able to keep getting damage done. He's gonna go back into the main and the Classic and the Templar. The Templar Archives. Charge lots don't kill Mutas, unfortunately. But they will be very willing to sacrifice their lives for the cause. Hunter Freak will let off on the pressure, which may be the only way Brune puts together the mental fortitude to attack. 1 Stalker is not going to counter these Mutas. Does he come back? Does he decide, I'm never going home again? Here we go! It's a... Wait, nope. Okay. He's... Forward! And there are Corruptors on... No. Okay. He leaves the Templar at home, which in this scenario is probably alright. Brune is going forward. The Templar are recalled to the main. No! Oh, he gets a Storm or 2. There's still a couple Templar. Another Templar on the ramp. So dangerous. But the counterattack! There's next to no units on the ground! The Mutas trying to work their way through, but Mutas take a lot more time than Zealots and Immortals. We're in a full-on base trade! The Mutas have to kill everything! Some Stalkers warped in the main! This is Brune's best and last chance! 19 Roaches on the way! That's not gonna stop this! The Storms! Back at home! The Mutas will heal, but not the ones that are dead! The Stalkers holding the line! Brune trying to bash through! Corruptors sitting there doing nothing! He's really regretting that decision in general! The unit count, Brune is working his way through! Hunter Freak still has money in the bank. He can build more Mutas. The Mutas doing damage at home. Brune has barely any money left to warp in. He doesn't have the Templar Archives. 11 more Mutas. But it comes down to the literal buildings on the map. Corruptors could be used to potentially kill buildings. These bases are exposed. Hunter Freak being given time to go for the base trade. Dozens of workers, 39 probes, and 37 drones. 38 drones, and counting, will be taken out. The Spires were killed, but the Mutas were in production. He's clearing out all these bases, but eventually the Mutas can clean things up. The Stalkers are in the main. They're trying to shoot down. It's not enough. There's not even enough minerals to remake a Nexus. This is a very important point now. The anti-air is 3 Stalkers. Where are the 2 Templar? There are 2 Templar. They're both in the main. 2 incredible Storms might be able to do it, but otherwise, there's still a lot on the ground. He's running out of things that can produce units. Hunter Freak has money in the bank. Oh, another storm? Another storm. Big storms! They're not enough! They don't kill any Mutas! The Mutas will heal! Not that it matters, because the anti-air is gone. The drones being slaughtered. They're actually fighting. They're not going to win that fight. Still a lot of charge lots here. There's still potential. There's still a very small chance that Brune can kill all the buildings in time. A lot of the charge lots going out. Unfortunately, the Mutas are already here. There's next to no units left. GG! He taps it out! And that's going to be a victory for the Wolverines. University of Michigan takes another one. 2 in a row in a dramatic conclusion to a dramatic series. And the Gold League match will go to U of M with Hunter Freak. Yeah. That went from like 0 to 100 very quickly. Update that score. So Hunter Freak isn't interested in the interview, but Brune says he will. So we might bring Brune in to talk about what was going through his head during those series. All right, let's bring him in. How you doing, Brune?
I'm doing good.
You got any thoughts on those matches?
I mean, I'm just shaking my head. I wish I saw the Muta switch earlier on the second match. And on the first match, I was just outplayed, but still both good games.
Yeah, I think you had the idea of where you wanted to go. It just took a little bit too long to get there, right? So
yeah.
Made it very dramatic, though, especially in that last match.
Yeah, that was a base race, but I couldn't. I was kind of mad about that
right?
last storm, but it was a good game.
Yeah, so if you could just give me a little bit of background, like when did you start playing StarCraft, and then how did you get into the Michigan State team, or like when did you find out about it?
So I actually started playing Wings of Liberty when it first came out. I just dabbled around with it online by myself when I was in like middle school, and then I went quiet for like probably 6-7 years. And I picked it up literally right when I got back to Michigan State for my sophomore year. And
what's up?
Ever since. And I just saw the club. They had a booth, and I saw it, and I was just hooked. And everybody's great. It's really fun.
All right. Well, good to hear. So, do you have any predictions? So next up is Up Yoda for your team.
Oh yeah, he's my mentor. He taught me how to play Protoss real good.
He's playing against a Zerg. Do you have confidence in him going up against Goldheart?
Oh yeah.
So easy win?
Easy win.
All right. Thanks for playing. Good luck next time, and of course cheer him on. He needs it. Good luck, man. All right. Let's see if they're ready. But we have Protoss versus Zerg. It's going to be Up Yoda versus Goldheart, and apparently almost nobody well, like half the people put different names on the roster than they are in game. Goldheart says, let's get it. Up Yoda says, let's go. So let's. The Platinum match. The Michigan Wolverines up 2-1. But you've heard the fighting words. Let me introduce you to our players for the Platinum League match. So the way these matches work is when the match was organized between the teams, the league of the players was considered because neither team has a huge amount of Grandmasters. So to make it even, we've got a player from each general league as we work our way up. And so far, looking pretty evenly matched. But from the University of Michigan, it is Goldhearts, the Zerg player in the top right of Blue Shift. Can he follow Hunter Freak, or does he come up short? How dramatic. And in the bottom left, from Michigan State University, the Mentor de Bruyne. We'll see if he has a little bit of a stronger grasp on the matchup. It's up Yoda, the Protoss, in the green. More Protoss versus Zerg. We'll see. And the tie, you might be like, well, there are only 6 matches. We're going up to Masters. The tiebreaker is a 3v3 between, well, we're thinking about bronze, silver, gold, but we'll see what level of players we throw in. But the tiebreaker, there is no money on the line, unfortunately. Or you'd probably get people saying like, oh, no, I'm actually silver, not diamond. But maybe in the future. But a 3v3 match will decide who actually takes it home. We're starting, as we move up in the leagues, we get closer and closer to a standard start. As we have a gate expand. Looks like it's going to be a robo opener from Up Yoda, but he's set up the wall. Has his Nexus on the way. On the other side, we got Goldheart with his Zergling speed coming up. A handful of links, but probably taking his third in just a few moments. While we have a breather. Roach Warren's on the way. Oh, Roach Warren's on the way. So, there is a Robo, which is quite a good counter to Roaches, like Immortals, or pretty much anything but Observers and Warp Prisms that come out of the Robo, and even Warp Prisms to an extent. Gotta be careful with that wall. But, wait. Oh, he built the Robo in the middle. Okay. He actually changed the position of it. And Immortals will start right off the bat. Did he see the Robo? Goldheart has not seen the Robo. That Overlord needs to be a little bit more inspired. If he scouts a bit further, he'll start to realize, okay, maybe going for a bunch of Roaches isn't the most reliable call. He starts a lair. No Roaches in production. Now, Mutas we saw great effect. Great effectiveness in the previous match, for sure. But rushing straight up to Mutas can leave you very vulnerable on the ground. And it doesn't appear he's going straight up to Mutas, as there's not that much gas mining here from Goldheart. Doesn't have too many drones. Well, he's supply block, but we're just going to have to see how these builds come together. There's not. The Tickle Beams will light up the Overlord. The lair's about to finish. Immortals continuing production. More gateways being added. I'm very good at the production tab. What is the choice? Gonna continue to tickle. No. It tickles him away, but not able to finish him off. A Nidus. Now, the Nidus was changed in the patch. The Nidus Network and Worms are both cheaper, but it can be attacked while it is burrowing through. And that means Immortals can kind of destroy it very dramatically and quickly. Of course, he has to see it first, and then he has to respond, and then he has to have his units at home. But it kind of feels like Goldheart decided this would be the build from the start, no matter what. And that's still a lot of roaches. They're not going to have roach speed. Unfortunately, Upyoda's moving out at possibly the worst timing. He hasn't moved out yet, but he's about to finish a War Prism, which usually indicates the timing to put on some pressure. The third base is exposed. The Nidus Network's in the main. The units are not here. We're going to go to the Upyoda cam. Does he realize? Does he see it on the mini-map? There's several red dots, but... Oh, wait, we'll see. He looks around. He's warping in a Stalker. Ah! What is that? He brings the units back. Do we have a recall in time? The Queens are already unloading. The Overlord taken down, but the recall is unfortunately to the natural. He'll bring the units back, though. That's a lot of Immortals. He has the tools to potentially defend this, but it's not going to be easy. The Immortals at the back. Are the force fields there? Probes are already dying. He can't afford to lose that many. He gets on top of everything, trying to target down the Immortals. The Guardian Shield's going to help out. Force field chokes everything off. He's chasing the Immortal to the ends of the earth, but the end will probably be his death as they continue to blast through. The transfuses are helping, but not helping enough. This will be thrown back despite a good start. No roaches on the way. The Nidus will be taken out. The Zerglings are starting to get more and more damage. He's lost several probes. But with a third base and that many Immortals against roaches, that the curse of the target fire once again. There are some creep tumors in the main, so at least that's happening. But 10 probes is the big pickup from this, but that definitely is not as much as you'd like. There's a War Prism on the other side of the map. Good counterattack from Upyoda rather. Our Spartan player. Oh no, the hatchery was blocking off the roaches. Goldheart struggling to find a follow-up. He doesn't have a huge economy either. The creep tumors in the main means he can place another Nidus down with that vision. Hydra's on the way, but he doesn't have roach speed. He doesn't have Hydra range or speed on the way, let alone done. And this, I mean, it's just Sentries and Immortals. He's warping in some more Zealots now. The charge is on the way. Upyoda is putting things together. Avenging his mentee. Is that the word? Like, mentor? Anyways. Potentially here in match number 1. The roaches are not going to save this base. If they try to, they can get sliced to pieces. There's no way the roaches take this. The force fields. Whoop. Oh no, he's trapped him. They're just so slow. They can't escape. The two Immortals at the back, racking up the kills now. The damage being done. He actually lets a few roaches go to tell their friends what happened here today. Giving time for the Hydras. This could be the one thing that hurts up yet. Well, he's waiting for charge. Charge is nearly done. More Immortals are on the way. He's actually rallying them across the map. He hasn't been building probes. Is he going to retreat? And are the Hydras going to be enough? There are no upgrades on either side besides the basic ones. One Queen is exposed. Hydras are done, but so is Charge. Guardian Shield and Force Field going to be very dangerous here. The Charge lot slicing through the front. The Roach Hydra isolated. The Immortals punching through. Is there enough in the front? It looks like there's more than enough. Once again, tries to target down the Immortals, and once again, the Immortals are called that for a reason. The Nidus shut down. He carried it all the way across the map. And Upyoda looks like he will be taking this match quite convincingly against Goldheart's All-In. GG. And that's going to be 1-0 for our Michigan State player to kick things off. Now, if Goldheart hadn't committed so much to an all-in that was unlikely to work, it might have looked different. Next game, maybe he plays a little bit more defensive. We'll see. It's his map pick. Thank you, Corgi Liquor, for 3 months. Mina U9 for the bits. Ioshiro for the sub. Who's your someday for 3 months? Thank you, guys. Shoshi1337. Rookie0127. Thank you, guys. Stasis is the map pick. Stasis. A dramatic choice. And once Goldenheart is ready. Here we go. Silly. Jimmy, cut it. Thank you. We're back in. Goldheart has picked Stasis, known as a very different map, is one way to put it, as his pick. And we saw that last game, he went for the Nidus. We saw, well, it didn't end up working out, but this map is almost designed. Pump up for MSU, Mississippi State University. I mean, we'll get pumped. Okay. Goldheart in on it. This music. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Figure out what you're doing, Goldheart. Get it together. I'm very excited. A hatch first, and it looks like a gate expand with the probe scout. Now, does Goldheart have something up his sleeve, or is he just like, yeah, Stasis, that map looks cool? I don't know. We're gonna find out. If he just goes for another Nidus and it dies, it's like, well, I feel like you could have varied it a little bit, but... So no shenanigans early. We actually, in none of the games tonight, have we seen any super early all-ins or anything like that. Just a little light pressure, like a Banshee here, a few Zerglings there, but no cannon rushes or DT rushes. There was a proxy Stargate, but that was not a huge part of the strat. The Overlord going to get a good beat on what's happening, but there's nothing happening yet as the Cyber Core hasn't yet completed. The probe has gotten all the info it needs in the main. There's no second guess. There's no Roach War, no Baneling Nest. Overlord gonna get a pretty full scout. The Zerglings will ignore the probe, as Zerglings can only see things that aren't moving. No. Okay. Probe dies. Even the drone got it. The drone did not get the kill, unfortunately. As the Terran Space Ballad continues. Are there any units at home? Okay, he has one Adept. This is a kind of a weird wall-off, but I think he's nailed it. It is a very awkward one, because you can't actually build on some of the area, but some, like what's going on here? What? I will agree. It is quite confusing. There's a Robo on the way. Hasn't been scouted yet. Will he try to go up the ramp? A lot of Zerglings. He's going to have speed in a moment, but the Stalker will be done. If that Adept... I'm not 100% sure that Adept is walling it off. Okay? Where the Zerglings are going home. No. To the Watchtower. To the front. You know my feelings on Plat Zergs making Speedlings, but... Zerglings. Okay. There are more Overlords in the base. Some shield batteries, because the Zerglings were seen by the units on the ramp. He's building sentries now. I mean, I guess they're just to keep things from moving out. Alright, it's contain. You gotta contain with Zerglings. Everybody knows that's a real strat. Oh. A lair is on the way. Immortals as well. The batteries are spotted out. Is Yoda overreacting to the situation? Potentially. That's not that many Lings, but there could be many more behind it. And Banelings and all the other exciting things. Nope, just Lings and Banelings. That was dumb. I never actually looked... We're on a space... I mean, obviously we're on a space station. I never really looked at all the detail, though. That looks pretty cool. Nice. Shiny. Exciting. Now you know why Blizzard picked it. They like shiny things. Because Blizzard is actually a seagull. I found it out. Nothing gets by me. Some of the Zerglings are baited in. They'll be taken out. Still a lot of sentries. He's sticking with his strat. Now, what do we have? We have a Hydralisk dead on the way. 1-1, ranged attack, and Carapace are coming up. But without any Hydras, Goldheart is going to struggle. As then he doesn't have any ranged attack units aside from Queens. Oh, the Zerglings will get away. Of course, the Hydra Den builds pretty quick. So, oh, has he just drawn? He just drew Yoda into the attack. He needs those Hydras now. Like, well, he needed the Hydras a minute ago, but now works too. He's building 4. That's not enough to stop this attack. There's a single Immortal, a handful of Adepts, 5 Hydras, a second Immortal coming up. The longer he waits, the worse it's going to get, but you got to be careful. Like, does he wait for the Warp Prism? If then there's maybe enough for the Hydras to get out, +1 could finish. That's still a lot. He's building Spine Crawlers, but the Hydras might be rallied into their death. Goldheart, got to be very careful here. The Wolverine's chances on the line. Force Field's on the ramp. Force Field's on the other ramp. These ones not as effective. He used a lot of energy. 4 drones will fall. Will the Hydras come down to try to defend? The Warp Prism can reinforce. A strong timing here out of Yoda. Zealots warped in to box out. The same strat. Still looking effective. There are 3 Spine Crawlers on the top. +1 ranged attack is done. It's not over yet. Those are Hydras. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want them rallying to their death. There's still enough energy for some Force Fields. The Hydras... Actually, the Force Field's kind of helping out. The Zerg player, now getting a little better. He's... The Spine Crawlers are definitely a big part of this. The sentries in the front going down. He could potentially target down the Warp Prism. Yoda tries to go into the spines, but the defense backbone is a bit too strong. Another spine on the way. No upgrades for the Hydras besides the 1-1. I mean, speed and range. But just the sheer numbers might be enough. Yoda adding on some gates here. Realizing he doesn't quite have the money. Hydras, once you get enough Hydras, it starts to become a lot less plausible to attack up a ramp like that. Or even if he tries to come down. Alright, a Templar Archives is on the way. The next iteration of tech. There's a base in the corner. Where's the other drone going? I have no idea. Is it gonna scout? Does he just take the gold? I don't know. It's gonna scout for the 3rd. The army is looking around for bases. It will find them. He knows the drones escaped from earlier. But once this base is scouted, then Goldheart should have enough to get down the ramp. He does cancel. XD. Heh. Hire me for all your voice acting needs. There's still a bunch of Hydras. Storm is on the way, but there aren't any Templar yet. Oh, the Spines are moving down the ramp. This is a key moment. The Force Fields are still in play. If the Spines can burrow, though, he will be able to protect this base. This is actually not enough Protoss. Even with charge here, this is kind of... The army comes in. Army, well, starts to realize maybe that's not how I want to fight. Now, Storm will change a lot of things. The War Prism's at the back of the base. The Spines will buy time. Force Fields could be part of this, but honestly, the Hydras have range, which is an important factor. A Templar comes up. It has a Storm. A huge amount of charge slots. Nice rapid fire in the main. Okay, this is where Zergs can crumble. He Force Fields the ramp. It's not perfect. Oh god, a Storm. A Storm could be disgusting. A few Hydras are slipping through. The energy is mostly drained on the sentries. The base is exposed again. The main base is being gutted as well. Now, the only hope, is there a Storm? The Templar left behind. He gets one Immortal. Oh god, but the Storm hits all the Hydras. That Templar worth its weight in golden minerals. And now he needs to clean everything else up and go across the map. 6 Templar are being warped in at home. Some of the charge lots made their way. No! The Templar will ignite. I mean, the charge lots are doing an inordinate amount of damage. He will eventually clean things up. It's a disaster, though, as Goldheart is really struggling to avoid the select all army hotkey. A couple more charge lots going for the drones as those Templar gain Storm on the other side. It was okay, but he lost the third and 17 drones now. Unfortunately, all the Templar will have Storm on the other side of the map. Upgrades won't save you. Spellcasting is unaffected by armor. And those Hydras do not have speed. They do not have range. Only if every Templar dies before storming do these Hydras have a realistic chance of breaking through. The classic probe in the army, just in case he needs it. God. But I'm hard pressed, and now Archons up Yoda coming together. Oh geez, this could be a massacre. One Storm dodges one. There's only 7 more. What's the play? He's making more drones. The army kind of coming up to an awkward place. He's going to bully forward with the Storms. You can't really retreat. He doesn't have his speed. The Storms are getting closer! Another one clips the edges. And now the Zerg army is getting more and more sad as it retreats. I mean, the drone count is back up to 43. Still well under that of the Michigan State player. A lot of charge lots. The Queens! Brenda! There's Protoss here! They will be assassinated. The supplies tell the story. And it appears the match will soon be tied up, assuming there is no sort of miracle or somebody's Ethernet cable getting pulled out. Oh no. And I feel like the Storms, the drones, the Spartan army moving through, the Hydra's dying horribly, Alpiota avenging his Protoss brother. GG! And that's gonna tie things up at 2-2. Definitely a stronger grasp on the matchup. Goldheart got himself caught at too low of an economy. And that's gonna even up the scores. Albiota is down for an interview. All right, let's get his check mark on the board. And then let's just drag him in. How you doing, Up Yoda? Congratulations. Still focused.
Yep.
Congratulations. 2-0. Looking pretty strong. How did you feel about the games?
Well, I've been practicing with my coach and friend, Ask Backwards. He plays Zerg as well, and, just getting back into the game, and feels good to kill some Zerg scum, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. I've been on both sides of that story. So,
yeah.
did you expect, like, especially in the first game, the Nidus? How did you feel about the Nidus?
I actually, seeing that was kind of good for me, because I was like, all right, I was going to go for an attack anyway, so if you're coming to me, I'll just clean it up, Like,
it did end up, like, the fact it got in was a little dangerous. I'm sure that was a little bit of a panic moment, but
right, yeah.
then he just had a bunch of roaches, so,
Yeah, exactly. I thought I was going back to the main base too, so I was like, oh no. But after that, I was like, all right, I got this. I got it.
Immortals in charge lots are pretty good. So just pretty quick, what's your StarCraft history, and how'd you get into the Michigan State StarCraft club?
Well, I started playing back in like high schoolish when my friend, the founder of the club, Seven, played. He got me into it. We went to the Detroit Battlegrounds. I think you went to that one too.
Yeah, I was there.
I got the shirt still. But yeah, it was really fun, and watching I think Holt won that, right? 3-0 against Tasia.
My favorite.
Yeah, that was awesome. And after that, it was just like, that's all I needed, right?
So, what do you think going in? It's 2-2 now. Next up is Shadow Hero versus Bamboo. Shadow Hero, also known as Night Knight, but nobody put down their right names.
Yeah.
So, on the roster, but how you feeling about your Terran friend?
All right. I can't say anything but for anybody else, but I know Jeff, Night Knight, he's a guy that you want to be scared of, especially if you're a Terran. Like, listen up. Like, it's about to go 3-2. That's all I'm saying. Okay, not to toot his horn or anything, but...
Well, it was going to go 3-2 either way, but towards your side, I assume.
Oh, of course, of course.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations, and good luck.
Yeah, and I just want to say that it was good games. In all seriousness, the player I played against was pretty good, and I respect him.
All right, good to know. All right, good luck. Oh, so kind. Mutual respect. He wrecked him. I don't know. But next up is going to be Night Knight, also known as Shadow Hero, versus Bamboo. Thank you, Original Pod, for 100 gift subs as well, celebrating the occasion. We're all winners here. Thank you so much for that. I will read them all off after the match, or if we have some downtime, but whenever these players are ready. Oh my. And that's another emote slot. Thank you, Real Altrius. By the way, the hype is real. Oh my god. So, the real winners are the fans. Also me. Mostly me. Alright, we're ready to go. It's going to be a TVT for our Diamond League match. Up Yoda. So the way the leagues were determined were a month ago when the event was organized, each team fielded a player from a certain league. Up Yoda was Platinum at the time. He's Diamond now. Diamond 3, so he's been practicing, but I mean, what are you going to do? People want to play. They get better. That's how StarCraft goes. But speaking of going to StarCraft. For Galacticus. From the University of Michigan. It is the Blue Terran. For Galacticus, looking to put his team back in the lead. It's Bamboo. Also a Terran. A lot of Terrans. In fact, and those were the only Zergs we're seeing the last two matches. Alright. In the top right. For Michigan State University. It's Shadow Hero, aka Night Knight, still Knight related, looking to bring his team back into the lead. Another Terran in the green. Pick your side, pick your player, and root for them for no reason but besides it's yours. For all you who might not happen to go to these illustrious universities. Alright. Thank you, Jimmy. I already like this from Bamboo. A Mecha Rex. He's putting the Rex out, so when if Shadow Hero scouted. If Shadow Hero scouted, then he wouldn't see a barracks. Very simply. Easy enough, right? Simple enough. But Shadow Hero did not scout. He's decided the no scout play, which is by no means unorthodox or out of the ordinary. So, unfortunately not going to be a big part of the game, but it's not so far away you can't lift it or just produce. Already you can tell these players a little bit higher level. We got the block. And the SCV, it's actually a single gas play out of Shadow Hero. But he's getting the factory quite quickly. I believe he got a gas first. If you notice the SCV at the back, going to get a lot of important info. The Reaper, fine. Well, it sees the SCV, will take it out. The barracks will be lifted to a weird... Well, that's one place to put a barracks, I guess. The Reaper. Okay, he needs to see the base. If he sees the command center, that's such important information. He gets up the ramp, sees the factory. Alright, so both sides with perfect intel. Now, they both have a Reaper. Bamboo will put his Reaper out on the map. There's a bit of a risky move out of Shadow Hero. He did see the barracks lifted. The factory will finish. Bamboo's Reaper needs to come back home and protect his SCVs. Eventually they will. The command center will not be delayed. Bamboo will get the shots off, but will he be able to chase? I don't think he quite has what it takes to chase him down. Shadow Hero will be forced back. So both sides... Oh, that's two Reapers, but a Hellion about to finish. Looks like he's going to flip it over. Almost an anti-time. Okay, he's not going to jump in with the Reaper. Interesting, he put the reactor right there. Now, a Reaper kills a Hellion. A Marine's coming across. He finds the other Reapers. Bamboo, he needs that Reaper. The micro continues. The Reaper's going further into the base. Bamboo's bringing back his own Reaper. The repair comes through. The grenade, gonna hit everything. Great. Good shot there to kick things off. I'm sorry. We have to. And also, make sure my Starcraft is the right size. Alright. That was a little bit off center. 3 Hellions now. 2 Reapers, 3 Marines. This is kind of an awkward exchange, but he gets a good volley off. Good micro so far. Bamboo cutting in. There's a tank. It could be sieged up. He could just use it in non-siege mode as well, but doesn't quite get down the ramp. The SCVs are exposed. Lines him up a little bit. You gotta be very careful with how he micros that tank. 4 SCVs die. The boys are actually keeping the tank from getting down the ramp, so Shadow Hero taking some losses to kick things off. Behind this, Bamboo setting up a solid production. Now Shadow Hero's not too far behind. He can start a stim in a moment. Well, he doesn't quite have the gas yet. Losing a few SCVs never helps. Oh, a big shot! Killing a tank. Well, killing a Hellion, rather, not killing a tank. Ravens being produced. So a bit of a split here in the choices of build. Ravens do cost, of course, much more than just building up production. But they do slow down everything else. So if you're not able to get some damage done or make use of them, they're a bit of a waste, but Bamboo is going to find a way to make use of them. Auto turret's quite good. Anti-armor missile. They have 3 abilities, okay? If you start with the Raven and you open up your Prima strategy guide, which they probably don't make them for this patch, but the Raven just chilling in the main base. There's nothing to really deal with it. He's going to kill a lot of SCVs. And another Raven's coming out as well. This will open up a lot of opportunity to get his stim, to get the rest of his production online. 5 more SCV kills. Shadow Hero's been pretty on top of SCV production, so he's not far behind. But it hurts. It hurts. What are the upgrades looking like? That's really how it's going to shake out in the long term. Combat Shields is on the way. Will Bamboo just put together an attack? A third base is done. I didn't even notice that. But that means he's going to be in quite a comfortable place economically. More SCVs went down to another auto turret at the natural. He doesn't quite have the energy in the main. It's kind of getting to the point where Shadow Hero is getting... I feel like he's getting antsy. Maybe feels like he needs to attack. The auto turret comes out. The tank is in position. Will it kill the Viking in time? Unfortunately, yes. Bamboo taking a pretty solid lead to start the game. Now, there's always the opportunity, as we saw in our lower level matches, to run into siege tanks repeatedly. Another auto turret. How many kills now? That Raven has 8, 9. We're going to double digits on the kills. This one's at 4, but one of them was an expensive Viking. He's making 2 more Vikings. The one thing Shadow Hero has going for him, he has continued tank production, and he will have air control. So, if he's able to lean on that, he might have an opportunity to get damage done. But there's already combat shields. There's already tanks sieged up. The Ravens are making it home. A scan on top of the army. Our Spartan player is pretty desperate, but that Viking, too far forward, will be gunned down. And of course, interference matrix could negate some of these tanks. It's awkward now. Like, I've been casting these less than top level or less than higher level games for a bit. So now that we're playing, like, I'm gonna try to bait the Marines and big hits. Now that these players are playing relatively well, higher level builds and gameplay, I'm like, okay, wait a second. We're playing StarCraft that I can recognize. Of course, experience is an important teacher. The sensor towers have plenty of coverage here. You can see when he moves forward and time his scans out. Very important. He's setting up the defense. A bit of a Marine counterattack as well. You can't move the tanks forward because the sensor tower will be able to spot it if he's on top of it. Marines will find the third base. He stims forward. Stutter Steffi against a command center. He's going to need to run away with that. Fly away. Shadow Hero, at some point, he has to make a move. Oh, God. Marines with combat shield are better than Marines without combat shield. More news at 11. Oh, no. What are we doing? Are you insane? But the scan and sensor towers are there already. What are you trying to... Oh, my God. Are you insane? I did mention that before. Gonna try to get the tanks into position, but the sensor tower already too good. Bamboo is covering all his bases, literally and figuratively. Also going for air control as well. He's about to have it. 4 Vikings to soon to be 5, let alone the Ravens. Shadow Hero is struggling to put enough on the board. He's been stalled out. There's no advantage anymore for Shadow Hero. Well, what's the tank count? It's 4-3. He technically has more tanks. That is the only advantage I can come up with right now for Shadow Hero. Also, Bamboo doesn't seem to have medevacs. A bunch of Marines are being sent across. This will force the issue. There's nothing at home, so this will do damage. Shadow Hero, in fact, is building another command center, but this base is very dead. There's no saving that. Do you attack? Like, now he's supply blocked. Bamboo may have just put this game into a checkmate situation. This push has been stalled out for, well, pretty much since it got here. Bamboo now up by 30 supply, and there's a supply block for Shadow Hero. Oof. Tank. A Marine stimmed in front, absorbing the shots. The rest of the Marines not, well, they're absorbing shots as well, but a drop trying to come in. There's already turrets, though. He's going to try to drop, what? Okay, all right. the technical knockout. Bamboo with a pretty clean win. We'll take it for U of M. Off to a solid start in our Diamond level series. Shadow Hero requests to talk to his teammates. Of course, they're allowed to talk to their teammates, just not during the game. They gotta come in the booth, give them a pep talk, give them some tips. Because it looked okay, but overall it does seem like Shadow Hero was struggling a lot more with the early pressure. Bamboo had a better grasp on how to keep up his production while also doing that counterattack and all that. Night is Shadow Hero. Oh, God. Why did they sign up as completely different names? I don't... Oh, my God. Useless. I mean... Of course they did. Gamers. Gamers rise up. Okay, that's not gonna work. Since it's important. We've got to put Galacticus up there as well. Since people are wondering... Let's see if consulting with his team has helped. I think there was another one or two that were different, but we're ready to go. We're ready. Game number 2. I'm now in the mindset of oh, these are builds I rec. Okay, close enough. We forgot to tell them to pick the right colors, but close enough. We're getting We got Bamboo in the top right and in the red. Oh, what? Oh, well, so I like this. This is the classic. I didn't know Maru went to Michigan State University. They're like, okay, team, I need a build. I need a strategy. I need to take this game back. What do we do? Proxy 2 Rex Reaper. I like the boldness. I mean, it can win, and it could definitely throw Bamboo off his game, for sure. An SCV scout is going out. It won't see anything. A third? Wait, what? Can you afford 3 racks? Well, we'll see. So the question will be what Bamboo does when he finally scouts this. The scout was pretty late, as SCV scouts go. So, he will realize, now he's the one who used the sneaky barracks slightly outside the base strat last time. So, are we going to see that again? Does he just suspect his opponent is doing that, or what do we see? It all comes down to the reaction. The lack of an orbital here. The double gas should be a bit of a giveaway. He goes back into the main, building some barracks of his own. Reapers are in production. There's going to be some time. No bunkers yet for Bamboo. Okay, he's going to build one in the main. But that's not where he's building his other racks. Eventually, the Reaper count will be too high. Now, Bamboo is actually looking for that barracks outside the base. He knows that's a potential strat. I don't know if Shadow Hero does. The Reaper scouting, this is not actually the area they jump up. They cannot jump up here. Wait, does he see the racks from there? No, he doesn't. Another Reaper's being built. The second Reaper is really going to make the difference here. The Reaper going to sneak in. Could actually stall the production on some of these racks. He's going to start working towards it. You got to be very careful. You can't be losing your first Reaper if you're going for a proxy racks like this. Throws the nade out. Doesn't quite connect. Second Reaper comes in, but both sides have 2 Reapers now. The Reaper count really matters. 3 Reapers at a time. 3 Reapers coming up. Another nade. The grenades are everything. Oh, big moves. He snipes one. The second one, oh, he healed just in time. There's a bunker at the back. That's actually a factory. I take it all back. A factory is delayed. Every second counts. Not having a Hellion matters so much right now. He targets out another SCV! The factory just needs to cut the ribbon. But a few seconds matters. With a rush like this, the worker count is actually in favor of Shadow Hero, but if his Reapers are shut down, there's nothing stopping Bamboo from ravaging his main. There's no Hellions in production. Bamboo's struggling. He's not even building anything out of the factory. He's crumbling under pressure. The build order choice, going for a Widow Mine. Where's that starport? The starport on the other side of the map. Of course, there's no anti-air for something like a Liberator. If he can protect the bunker, though, there's not enough gas from Bamboo yet. Oh, he's chasing. A lot of SCVs. 9 have died. Widow Mine coming out. He could potentially kill the Widow Mine. The SCV count is down to 10. He doesn't have enough for a Liberator. He doesn't have enough for any starport units right now. The Reaper count is getting far too high. He's still building. Oh, no, 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 no. You can't lose all your SCVs. The Liberator is the last hope. He needs to mine gas. Oh, no. At this point, the only chance is a counterattack. More Reapers on the way. He's mining gas. He starts to realize the situation, but it may be too late. He doesn't have the gas. He's dropping a mule. 5 SCVs left. It's looking very dire here. 86 gas. 90. Oh, God. 3 SCVs. 2 SCVs. 2 SCVs. One of them on the other side. Shadow Hero takes it back. The team comes through. Can I talk to my teammates again? Shadow Hero getting plays from the sidelines. Both players might want to go consult with their coaches. Of course, it's a team league. If you couldn't just talk to your team, what's the point, right? Especially, this is a 1v1 game, but strategies don't have to be inspired by a single person. Bamboo, I mean, that's a strong choice. A well-executed Reaper Rush can kill anyone. I know from very sad experience. Alright, they went to the locker room. We're popping out for game 3. Needs just a minute. Thank you, Eoxel, for 5 months. Haji for the sub. Powerhouse for joining us. Real Altrius for 100. Original Pod for 200 today. We've unlocked a new emote slot, and we're working on the next one. So actually 2 emote slots now. Now, I mean, the Reaper build is good. innovation versus money was mostly, in Home Story Cup was mostly just Proxy Rax Reapers, so you can't really blame too much blame the players too much for choosing the build, if I could put my words together. Shadow Hero's ready, Bamboo's ready. Will he be bamboozled again? We will see. And since you guys are kind of figuring out, oh, maybe we'll be tied. The tiebreaker will be a 3v3. I guess depending on how much time has gone. All right, calm down. Like how much time people have will decide whether it's a best of 3v3 or just a single one-off. But it'll be a 3v3 between ideally the bronze, silver, and gold players. But the teams will decide. It'll be evenly matched, but. We're on Parasite. A good choice. Bamboo realizing, yeah, the rush distance on this map is quite dramatic. If you're gonna proxy Rex me, is he already looking? Oh my god. Oh, okay. He's going for the Mecha Rex. Hiding the barracks, but not too far away. Is he gonna do it again? This is the classic. I knew Maru went to Michigan State. It makes so much sense now. He's gonna do it again. The SCV scout, though. Okay, there's one SCV going forward. Oh, did he see it? Did he see it, though? Like, he saw it, but did he see it? It was in his vision for a split second, but that's easy to miss. Two racks on the way, a third coming out. When the barracks is on the low ground, now, will the SCV scout before he commits to a command center? He's going to go up the ramp. There's only one gas here. He actually can't build 3 Reapers at a time with this, with one gas. Bamboo, wondering, oh no, not again. Here we go! And the barracks is exposed. Bunkers on the edges. The proxy racks are way out there. Tech labs. Okay, wait, what? Is this concussive shell? Does he just do like a... No, if he just starts researching STEM. There's 2 depots on the map. He's building 3 tech labs. He's gonna build Marauders. Okay, so... Concussive shells is on the way. 3 Rex Proxy Marauder. Well, now we've got some cheese on this. Last game was cheesy, but this is something different. There's a starport building inside the main base of Shadow Hero while all this is going on. Just to point that one out. He could go for a Cyclone, but there's only a single Marine in the bunker. He's adding another one now. The SCVs are at the front. The Marauders, are they just gonna go by? Concussive shells are... Okay. So the Marauders are in the base. Concussive shells is about to finish. There are several Marines. More Marauders are coming up. He's built... Okay, there are bunkers for everyone. Concussive shells is done. He can slow down a lot of these. One Marauder drawing the fire. Marines are popped out. There is a Reaper involved. He actually pops the Marauders to the other side. There's more at the front. SCVs are dying on both sides. The bunker, if that bunker finishes, it could be disaster for the Wolverines. 10 SCVs down. But a Marauder comes out. He builds his own Marauder. He stops the bunker. There is a starport in the base. He doesn't have enough minerals for a Liberator, though. The damage has been done. Does he have enough? If he salvages one of the bunkers, a Liberator... I mean, there's very little anti-air here. There's still a bunker on the high ground. More Marauders coming up. He gets into the bunker in time. He's just gonna run right by. I don't know. Is that too much damage? More SCVs have been pulled. There's not enough for a Liberator yet. The Reaper needs to get involved. It will. The Reaper throws a grenade off center. SCVs, 17 SCVs have died. But once again, if he can just get that Liberator, he can completely stop mining for... He's building it. No, where are you going? The SCV might be giving away the whole ball game here. So Bamboo has no anti-air and nothing to stop a Liberator, but Bamboo also only has 7 SCVs. He does have that bunker. We could be in a... You know, this has a surprising amount of potential for a draw right now, by the way. A scan up the ramp. Will he go? He has a lot of Marauders. A tank is building. We're a long way from a tank. The bunker needs to hold. The boys will be pulled. No, that's a lot more Marauders than you have, my friend. He's actually chasing him with the boys. The Liberator is done. It's gonna go to the mineral line, but he's microing Marauders on the other side. Will he continue doing so? He didn't tag the other Marauder. He could get the one at the front. Needs to get into the bunker. Liberator killing SCVs. There's like no SCV, there's no anti-air. He has enough minerals in the bank though. The tank is about to finish, but the bunker is down. Boys will be pulled. The tank is retreating. The Liberator has killed all the SCVs. He cancels the command center. Bamboo, he's floating his buildings. Everything, there's just Marauders in production. He can build Marines. There's only one SCV on either side. That's the last SCV. The Reaper could have killed it. It did not. He's attacking. Does he have enough for a Viking? No. He's not building Marines yet. Has he found the barracks? Shadow Hero is in the sky. He's building Marines. The orbitals are trading spaces. The last SCV. Shadow Hero is now moving with his orbital. It's gonna be a long way home to the other side of the map. The orbital, oh no, the orbital is exposed, but he's not chasing. The barracks are gonna land. He's building Marines. Neither player knows how much money the other has. One SCV for both sides, but Shadow Hero is able to build another base. That one SCV that the Reaper let go, that could be the difference. The Spartan SCV that made it past. More Marines in production. If he just had one more Liberator, that could change everything. But the barracks are scouting out. They're not finding anything, though. The Marauders are going to try to make it to the main. The Marines are getting distracted. The barracks will actually scout. But what can he do? What is the choice here? The Marauders are going to try to go in. I'm not entirely sure what the play is with that. How many Marines? He was able to get 10 Marines. Oh, that's enough to kill a Liberator. The orbitals are trading bases. The most perfect base trade. Oh, he can shoot the starport from the low ground. Are they going to take each other's mains? Oh, he found the base, but he can't do it. He doesn't even have enough minerals to make a Marine. Isn't there a Reaper somewhere? The Reaper is on the hunt, but the base will finish. Wait. It's gonna be super close. It's gonna be super. No, he's got it. That's the last SCV, but he does still have an orbital. Mules are dropped, but the SCV, he's dropping more mules. He's mining so much, but mules can be dropped on the other side. The mules are dropped again. Every mule counts. The Marines are on the way. He's gonna, every last mineral matters. Because, oh wait, he's building a tech lab. But how does he mine gas? The Reaper dies. The barracks must run. The orbital hit the ground to drop the mules. I mean, can he see that he's building a tech lab? He knows he has a starport. Unfortunately, there are no add-ons to steal. The barracks will die. Shadow Hero still with a huge amount of supply. There's, like, if he gets enough gas for one Banshee, let alone Cloak, he can't see that there's a tech lab here. So it's 2 SCVs to 0. But that should be enough Marines to break through. Right? 13 Marines, that's enough. He's not going to have the gas for a Banshee. He's trying to build a depot. Right? There's a mule mining. 7 to 34 supply. The depot is lowered to let him back in his own base. The Liberator tries its best. The Liberator has 20 kills, but that's not enough kills! GG! What? The triple Rax proxy comes through, and the Spartans bring it to match point. What some quick thinking, but not quick enough. On both sides. Well, more on Shadow. The double proxy. I mean, when your team's life is on the line, you gotta pull out all the stops. And in fact, he consulted his team, so they probably just told him to do that. Or something like that. Yeah, stealing add-ons could have been still a great match. I'll say that much. But we're going into the final challenge. Let's see if we can pull him in. So that happened. And now the Wolverines are up against it. Alright, I'll be right back before this last match. I don't think he's in Discord, so no interview, but we'll just jump into the last one. I'll be right back, just one moment. But if U of M is able to tie it up, we go to the tiebreaker, which is a 3v3. If not, Michigan State wins. Be right back, one moment. All right, I'll see if they're ready. We've got young Jiddle. We're gonna go with young Jay because it's gonna be very difficult. And then 7. That one's easy enough. I hope you guys have enjoyed this match so far. Maybe you think about joining your school's team, and if they don't have one, well, now you have an idea. Almost ready to go. Our Masters match. Once we get it remade. Alright. We got it. Thank you guys for tuning in. Is this Protoss versus Protoss? Ooh, this could end very abruptly. Let's do it! And go. Potentially the final match. We might play the 3v3 anyways, depending on if people want to. But we could go to the 3v3 tiebreaker. Or Michigan State wins. Those are the options. But with that, we're jumping in. The player who could take it home. The founder of the Michigan State Starcraft Club. It is 7. The Protoss in the green. Forgot to have them change their colors correctly. Well, we got halfway there. So the player who's not in the green should be in the blue, but just pretend he's in the blue for now. It is young Jitto of the University of Michigan. In this Protoss versus Protoss match. Close enough. Realtrius. Do you want me to do it like that? I can, but thank you by the way. I don't know if they have it set up to actually distribute it, but oh yeah, I forgot we had a delay for a little bit. Remember, it's like 6 players or more a team, so. PvP. I gotta keep concentrate. I keep forgetting to concentrate. Also, of course, we start lagging a bit during the finals match, as is only appropriate for tournaments of this incredible caliber. Both players with the 2 gates early on. Wall offs to make sure adepts don't get in so easily. Warp gate should be started in a moment. We got the Stalker Sentry, which is a safer opener, especially since Hallucinate only costs 75 energy now. It looks like neither player committing to super early tech, no proxies, stuff like that. The Sentry will get in. He will reveal it to the probe. The probe actually going to find a little bit more info as well. But if you see a Sentry, you already know your opponent hasn't really focused on tech, because they are quite expensive on the gas. Stargate and Twilight. So on paper, these pan out a little better. For 7, as the option to go for a quick blink timing against a Stargate if you scout it, or eventually work your way up to Templar, or even Dark Templar could be the counter, as you don't have very much detection if you open up with a Stargate. The Hallucinated Phoenix, if it gets caught, that's a big deal. The pressure's still coming out. This was a Twilight before an expand here out of 7. There's not that many units for young Jiddle. Is he going to try to come up the ramp? That's a bold move. 3 Stalkers versus 2. I know how this one goes. Knocks down 1. There will be no more potential attack where that came from. Did young Jay, did he actually saw? He saw the Twilight. Is there going to be a hidden Dark Shrine? A classic tactic. I like how he's put it kind of close to his... Wait, no? Yes? Yes. Kind of close to his base. Already a Robo on the way, though. He knows the threat. Is he even going to build out of the Stargate? As soon as he saw the Twilight, he's like, you know what? This Stargate's useless. Unfortunately, 7 might be playing a little bit too much around the Stargate here. Wait, did he even know? He doesn't know about the Stargate. He's just going DTs. That's the build. Now, this still has potential, of course. But young Jay, it does seem like he has a bead on what could be happening. And if there's no expansion from 7... Well, he's looking at it now. It depends on if he's just going to build the safety observers or not. He should. He is. So DTs should do very little. DT Blink got a slight buff in the previous patch. Upgrades faster, cooldown is shorter. Will people make it? Haven't seen it yet. I mean, I build it, and then I die. That's my experience with DT Blink, but because as long as you have detection, they still kind of just die. Another probe coming out. An Oracle is on the way. There is that observer. Young Jay actually had a pretty good bead on the fact there wasn't an expansion coming up for 7, so he's been focused on being defensive. Seeing the Twilight and no expand kind of line up to be a limited set of options. Now, will he see the Nexus? Yes. Very important. The DTs are on the way across. They will do nothing, and they might potentially do less than nothing. As in, they all die and are gone. If he pulls back quickly, sure. But there's an observer already. Yep. He does. Charizard Archon is still a strong option. There is the risk that young Jay, on seeing that expansion, he does get too greedy. He's got a Forge on the way. He's got a Twilight. He's only got 2 gates. He's not building Immortals. So there is potential, but the Oracle gets in. It's going to find several kills. Seven kills. Gets a beat on the army. Realizes no other tech is coming up. I'm not sure if he saw those Archons. But this has gone from bad to worse. 7 needs to do damage yesterday. But now would also be good. He has to attack. There's no other options left. The attack is coming out. It looks like young Jay will have a beat on it. In fact, he might even find the Dark Shrine. Not that it matters. No. Couple more charge lots coming in. Now, this is charge lot Archon. No sentries with it, unfortunately. A couple batteries at the back. There is potential here. The army supplies are near even. More charge lots are coming in. He can't hesitate any longer. The attack. He's kind of pinned up against his batteries. The Archon's doing pretty well to start things off. The charge lot's being thinned out. The batteries are now out of energy, but the Archons are losing their shields. He's trying to target down. He whiffs a shot onto the Nexus. Young Jiddle. I can't. I'm sorry. Young Jiddle. What a name. But he's going to hold strong. Oracle coming in. The probe's mostly exposed. It's been a rough start. The battery should keep most of these probes alive. It'll eventually drain of energy. At this point, we've pretty much reached the point of no return. Down a base, this many probes, upgrades, unit composition. There's still an Oracle on the field. There's always the build charge lots and pray, but once young Jay has Archons, the Michigan Proton should be alright. I don't know, like, it's pretty bad. It's really bad. He's pretty dead. But there's always hope. Where there's a dark shrine, there's a dream. But unfortunately, the dark shrine was scouted a while ago, so... There are already some Archons out for the Michigan Protoss. +2 is on the way. He has every advantage. All he has to do now is make sure he's not caught out of position. More Immortals on the way. No Immortals at all. A Robo is building for 7. That Oracle might finally be taken out. Nope. Doesn't quite get the shots off. I think this Robo's going to be just for a War Prism. He has one more attack left in him, but the effectiveness of +2 on especially Archons is pretty huge. Do we see the War Prism added? A third Nexus. We're just waiting for him to lock it down. The charge lots on the other side. There are no pylons close by. Cannons being added just in case. This is going to be a very decisive fight. And not in favor of 7. The charges are used. The Archons are there. The upgrades are not. And 7 will be obliterated. Young Jitter will take game number 1 in convincing fashion. Bringing us that much closer to the tiebreaker. So, nothing really panned out for 7 that game. From the first Stalker to the DTs, Young Jay had a bead. He saw the Twilight right off the bat. And correctly went directly into the Robo. I'm kind of surprised that... I don't know if 7 noticed the hallucination. Came over the top. And thank you for watching tonight. Some incredible games, some one-sided ones. But we're getting closer to finding a conclusion. We're on Cairo's Junction next. Looks like he's going to take a moment. Maybe consult with the team. The team worked last time. Maybe 7 can get some of those proxy strats. Let's see if they're ready. Seven's ready. Young Jiddle is ready. Best of 3. Michigan leads by 1. They need to win to stay alive. Let's go. Bottom right is 7. He's got to take 2 in a row for Michigan State to come out on top. The top left is a young Jiddle from the Lit clan, which is a pretty popular higher level clan in North American StarCraft. Both players are sending their probe off of Pylon. So, will we have a probe high five? A probe kiss? Oh. Young Jay brushes him off, while 7 was more into it. But they go their separate ways. That's a second probe. That's a 4! Yeah. You cheesy Spartans. It's a forge. But the scout was so early. He's already taken one of his gases to potentially block. Did he see the second probe? He knows. He knows. The probes are already off the line. You kill the probes. You kill the problem. Can he even get this started? The second probe is coming in. That's the real kicker. He micros away. The chase is on. More coming out. Even more probes. Is he going to stop this before it starts? 7 has money in the bank. The gateway is still building. Looking for the surround. The probe. 1 going to be taken out. This looks like it might stop before it starts. Oh, he attacks his own Nexus for a second. Adding 2. Does that? No, that doesn't work. Oh, no! So close! But he slips out. He might have to cancel all that. At this point, is it time to abandon ship? The intercept probe comes in, takes it out. It's time for a triple cancel. He's not canceled. Okay. On the other side, he starts the gate. This probe is going to work. The counter probes. Will he actually kill? Oh my god. 2 probes killed. 3 probes killed. So this is a disaster. This did not work. It is a major hole Michigan State finds themselves in this match. And a probe coming up. That probe already going to be hit. The Cyber Core about to finish. Once there's a Stalker, this is pretty much done. He can body block. What are you going to do? Start again? Oh my god. The Adept should be out before the... Wait. Right? Can you even fit a cannon there? Oh. And he slips the probe out. There's no Cyber Core at home. There's no transition. But the Adept can just kill the probe. Like, you kill the probe. He's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is a problem. Well, this did not go well. Young Jay now has Warp Gate on the way, while 7 has just started his Cyber Core. So that is very bad. He's gonna just move out. The Adept itself might be enough. Wait, what are we doing here? I don't know. Whatever we're gonna put up there, but you gotta double down. It's not gonna get better from here. He has a single Stalker, so he could potentially shut down the Adept. It's still gonna do some damage, and the Stalker actually can't get through there. Oh my god. Goes from bad to worse. The probes will die. They actually do get a little surround there, so that's pretty nice. Which means he won't lose any more. What's it gonna be? Double star? Why not? That is an interesting choice. Does he go like disruptors? Really at this point, disruptors might be the only thing you have a dream with. A couple nice disruptor hits can and have changed many games before. But, I mean, it has to be disrupt. Like, the only choice is disruptors. He's building an immortal. Give me a Robo Bay. Give me a Robo Bay. Give it to me. Give me that Robo Bay. That is your... Give me the Robo Bay. It's your only hope. Building a battery. No, no, no. Can't. A Stalker's boxing out. I don't know if they're looking specifically for the hallucination, but they're in a nice spot to block it. If he can deny scouting, he's not gonna. It's not gonna be enough. He's gonna see no expansion. A Warp Prism is on the way. The Phoenix gets into the main. He might not realize that's a hallucination, but it is. And it doesn't die. So many Stalkers. I mean, he's going Proxy Robo Immortal. Unfortunately, his opponent also has Immortals, making this quite difficult. Now, if he can get into the main, if he can depower any of this, obviously this is desperation. Obviously. That much is very apparent. The hallucination is taken out, which will make young Jiddle even more concerned that the attack will be coming in the front. Oh my god, it's a wall of shield batteries. A second. But this is the big play here. This is the big play. He doesn't have a sentry, though. And they're... Oh my. He's going to try to juggle. Doesn't... A sentry could have maybe been the ticket. But there was no force field. Oh, now he gets the sentry, which is still useful. He scouts this. The sentries are spotted. As it gets worse and worse as time goes on. He has the sentry, the pickups. Gonna try to use them. We're gonna juggle back and forth. The expansion is on the way. He's gonna try to make the big plays here. It could go either way, but he still has a recall tool. At this point, it's getting more and more difficult to see. Like, he can leave an immortal on each side. Yeah, he just leaves them. There's just not that, like... Oh no, he can juggle back, but the sentry's already inside. He juggles pretty well, but that's 4 shield batteries. He can juggle into the main. Go for the force fields. He's desperate. He gets it, but the rest of the units are trapped. It's just the tickle beams. The immortals are blasting through. Oh, we lost the other sentry. Does this one have a force field? I mean... Oh, it is unabated disaster. 78 to 35 supply. Now there's, I mean, it is 2 Stalkers, a Warp Prism, and a Sentry against 3 Immortals, 9 Stalkers, 6 Sentries, a Zealot. So, that's really bad. A Robo-Bay's on the way, but far too late to save the day. And he doesn't have a Robo in his main, which is another concern. The University of Michigan Protoss is closing in on tying up the whole match. Does he really just go full dust? There's nothing. He's just going to try to hold the main and go disruptors. Oh, God. Okay, run away. Yep, they're all dead. He can hold the ramp. For now. He's building 1 disruptor. Does he force field? He needs to force. He does. He's probably... The sentries, it's not a super pylon, but... Okay, the Dream Raptor has begun. He needs to do so much damage. There's Stalkers on the other side. In a weird exchange. The force field. The force field! The force field! No! He missed it! A disruptor! He has 1 shot! 1 opportunity! Big hit! Not big enough! Because he let them in! He was on the other side. The disruptor desperately trying to hold on. But young Jiddle is closing the distance. He's taking He tries to throw it out, but everything is gone. Young Jiddle takes it and ties up the series 3-3. Which means, well, we're going to have to drag the team captains in to figure out exactly how we're going to run the tiebreaker. But, we're going to drag them in. All right. Sorry to drag you in, but it's 3-3.
Ooh.
So how do we decide this?
Okay. Well, I'm thinking gold, platinum, and diamond versus gold, platinum, and diamond. One game to decide it all.
If the Michigan... Oh, I left the party for some reason. But if the Michigan team agrees, I think we've got a tiebreaker on our hands.
I'll ask him right now.
A quote-unquote high-level 3v3.
Gold, platinum, diamond.
There are technically maps that can have a 6 versus 6, but everybody will get about 5 frames per second within the first 3 minutes, so...
Alright, U of M has agreed to gold, platinum, diamond in whatever race we want.
Might I recommend the map Whitewater Line is
Sure.
a 3v3 map.
Alright, I'm gonna get back to my people and get organized.
Alright, good luck. And of course they can talk with each other and all that, just not stream cheat, of course. Even with the delay. Alright, good luck. That was the captain of the Michigan State team. It's 3-3. It's time for a 3v3. To decide it all. Gold, platinum, and diamond players. So the higher, well, the higher level players, not the highest, but the higher level players from each team. Any race. For all the marbles. One match. One opportunity. I hope you guys have enjoyed. So, One Mind Gaming, I believe gaming or society, I'm not sure. But if you want to link in the chat and all that, helped organize this match, put it all together. I saw it was happening, and since I have a vested interest in Michigan and Michigan State, I was like, hey, I'll cast. And I was surprised. They're like, yeah, go ahead. So, thank you for letting me cast. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Maybe you want to see more stuff like this. Bronze is open. We'll see if we have an interview ready with the previous player. I think Young Jiddle. What a name. Again. I assume you were the winner of the last match?
Yes, yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes,
Good
thank
games.
You. Thank you.
Any thoughts on the games?
Yeah, they went how I expected them, actually.
It's just kind of walking over after he tried
his
cheese.
Well, you might have noticed I pylon scouted every game. I actually went into his match history and saw that all he did was cheese versus Protoss. So I kind of knew
research, all right? That's why you go to U of M and not State, of course.
Yeah, because we do research, of course. Yeah. So I kind of knew it was coming, but I almost died to the cannon rush, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think you handled it perfectly. You didn't even get a. He didn't even start a cannon, so almost died is a bit of a stretch.
I guess that is right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we do have coming up next. Before I ask you about your StarCraft history, 3v3 is coming up with the gold, platinum, and diamond players. Do you play very many team games as a? Well, you're a Masters player, so you big in the team games or?
You know, I'm actually into the co-op more than team games, and the arcade.
Who's your
Noah-
favorite commander on co-op?
Commander? Let me think. I actually really like Nova, Artanis. You know, I used to hate Zagara, but now I love her. So
You got used to making a bunch of banelings.
yeah.
Well, I
mean,
think partially
yeah,
that was you play Protoss and it was Zerg probably, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so not so much the team games with co-op. I assume you do brutal mutation and all that.
A little bit. I mean, I usually just lather. I don't really. I play co-op to like cool down. You know.
Well, that's cool. That's cool to hear. I know a lot of higher level players are like co-op. What a casual joke, but it can be fun for that. So, since we're trying to herd some nerds, I'll ask you a little bit more. Well, what got you into StarCraft, and then about the Michigan StarCraft Club. So, like, when did you start playing?
You know, I started playing back when I saw a Total Biscuit video back almost around the release of StarCraft. And I was pretty bad for a long time, but
I've heard that story before.
I pretty much played since the start. It got more serious, I guess serious. I started playing more when I met my friend Noah at high school, and we just both played StarCraft and pretty much went off that, you know.
Yeah, and so you've been playing. How long ago was that? When you started playing more regularly?
More regularly, it was. I mean,
I guess putting a little bit more effort in to actually get better.
It's off and on. So I'll play for like a few months a lot, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll play a few months again. But probably like the last 2 years, I've started playing a lot again. So.
All right. And the Michigan StarCraft Club. This is the first event, right? That because it was just made a few years ago, not years, months ago. But
it is.
So
yes.
So what did you think of the match today? Would you be interested in like maybe facing more schools or something like that in the future?
You know, I would be interested. Unfortunately, I'm about to graduate from college in a few days.
Well, congratulations, by the way.
So I'm going to be leaving U of M, which is sad, but I might go back to school.
I'm sure
maybe,
you can keep in touch with people as well, of course.
Yeah, it's cool to meet some people close to me that still play.
Now, you don't have to tell, like, well, what are you graduating with? What major?
Computer science, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, like every other StarCraft player, right?
Yeah, the classic choice. But congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you.
And so what do you think your team's chances are to take it in this tiebreaker 3v3?
You know, in the 3v3, I mean, I was just in the chat with them.
Do they have a plan?
It sounds like they're trying to make a plan. So
we'll see what they come up with.
So we'll see. But MSU also seems pretty organized. So I don't know what's gonna happen really.
All right. Well, thank you. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Well, good luck to your team as well. Thanks for talking with me.
Thanks. See ya. Thank you.
That was the winner of the last match, Masters Protoss. And we're ready for the 3v3, the tiebreaker match. To decide it all.
In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop
The University of Michigan is ready. Michigan State University is ready. Here we go. To decide it all. Unfortunately, this does screw up the whole little overlay thing. You can still kind of see. It's close enough. Let me introduce you. In the top right, the challengers from Gold, Platinum, and Diamond in no particular order. The Michigan State Spartans, Shadow Hero, Up Yoda, and Broom. 2 Protoss, 1 Terran to round out the team. In the bottom left, for the University of Michigan Wolverines, I tried to have like a split color scheme, so I put them as the yellow instead of the blue, because otherwise it'd be kind of confusing. It is Bamboo, the orange Terran, Gold Hearts, the yellow Protoss, and Hunter Freak, the red Zerg, rounding it out. And this 3v3 determines who wins the match. We'll see. Do we cheese? We'll find out. A lot coming together. That is a significant amount of buildings from the Spartans. They've shown more aggressive strategies throughout the match. Throughout all the games. Especially at the higher level matches. 3 barracks, multiple gateways. Whereas U of M is going for full expansions. Now, how quickly will they get the scout? If you can defend the bases, now, this is a more defensive 3v3 map. This is the only community designed, as in, like, professional high-level map makers designed 3v3 map. It won the Team Liquid map contest for team game maps, so it is one of the more competitive. As 3v3 maps go, it's pretty much the most competitive we've ever had in terms of design. But 3 players all going for an all-out attack compared to no players going for defense. But does he get an idea here? Another barracks is building. The Reaper gonna get a kill. The Probe trying to get out of the base. Shadow Hero not opening it up for his fellow Spartan. The Zealots are coming up. Just the existence of all these, the lack of expansions, is a little bit of a giveaway in and of itself. The Wolverines are going to be playing defense. Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't work. Will that work? No. The Reaper coming in, starting to get more of a bead on what's happening. A few Zerglings at the front door, a lot of Zealots on the way. That's not even charged, it's just a bunch of Zealots. A huge attack is coming out. The Wolverines putting together some defenses. Bunkers coming up. Burrow. Is that a fleet beacon? That might be a bit on the greedy side of things. The attack is coming together, but it has been telegraphed. The Wolverines most definitely know. In fact, Shadow Hero has locked everything inside. They couldn't expand if they wanted to. That pylon is exposed, but everything is coming across. The army begins to march. The Spartans have left the building and will be making it across the map. What is there to defend? Several bunkers, widow mines, cannons on the way. There's almost nothing from Goldheart here, who's been very greedy going for the Tempest. That is a huge ground army from Michigan State. Glaives on the way. They're still producing behind. They don't have much in the way of upgrades. This is just a straight-up, all-out attack. Cannons are coming up. They're marching across. More bunkers on the way. The boys are preemptively pulled. The cannons look like they will finish, but that's not going to be enough. The widow mines have to be huge. And an Adept is leading the charge. Widow Mine going to hit the Adept to start. A couple bunkers at the back. A second Widow Mine. It's going to hit some good splash damage. The Roaches at the front. They might be forced into retreat. The bunker going to hold the line for now. The cannon's going to fall. The Wolverines pulling everything. A tank at the back. Going to help out a lot, but they're already starting to break through. Drones, LCVs, everything going into the defense. The bunker's going to fall. The tank is exposed. A few Roaches at the back. The boys still in front of everything. The tank doing its best. More cannons. The Wolverines putting up the defenses. but the Spartans are slowly, nope, being driven back. Are there any expansions behind this? The tank is slightly out of range. If it gets taken down, potentially the ability to break through is there, but the tank shots are hitting really hard in a perfect position. The bunkers are online. Glaives are not done. There's a carrier in production. The Protosses for the Spartans still trying to work their way through. If they can get on top of that tank, the tank is the backbone of this defense. Already so many kills. A carrier shows up. That has to be incredibly disheartening. The attack continues, but Goldheart has been mostly left alone. He built a few cannons. On the other side, the Oracle, the Wolverine backstab. And now they're on the counterattack. Michigan State has been stopped at the gates. They've done a lot of damage to the workers, but not enough. This Oracle has racked up 21 kills. Shadow Hero has essentially no SCVs left. A few out on the map, but Goldheart, the Sky Toss player, has been allowed. And remember, in team games, you can transfer resources, so they could potentially give their teammates some money. Hunter Freak has been supplied bot, but Goldheart by far the highest supply on the map. Do they have enough? The carriers, there's nothing even to deal with the carriers. There's barely any anti-air. The interceptors will die. Remember, carriers not as strong as they once were, but you're not going up that ramp. 2 tanks, bunkers, carriers. Good luck with that. He can maybe shoot down the interceptors. Is there a charge? There's no charge on this. Depths will shade through, but there are cannons already. Does he complete it? He does. He's on the... But cannons... Well, there's just Zerglings here. If he gets out of range of the cannons, there's only a handful of roaches, some SCVs and Marines. What is there at the front, though? There are tanks. You must expand. Not much will die with these Adepts. Oh, a few more Adepts coming through, but the Spartans are crumbling in supply. Up Yoda. This Oracle has 33 kills. Goldheart, GG! It comes out. And the University of Michigan Wolverines, in what is actually almost our shortest game tonight, will come out on top. How dramatic. I tried to get the long version, it's just a bunch of marching band stuff. A solid defense, and they take the W. How dramatic.
No Texas.
Moving forward. We tried. How dramatic. YouTube videos need to be better labeled. It's just... Okay, we'll do this. There we go. They take it home with the tiebreaker. Effectively a 4-3.
Alright, who does an interview?
Going to bed?
So loud. We'll see if we have the captain of the Michigan team. If he wants to say anything, maybe recruit some members to his team. But a pretty convincing victory. Galacticus may have lost his game, yes. But he ends up with the victory. How dramatic. I hope you guys enjoyed. How you doing? You win! Congratulations! How do you feel undefeated in Michigan StarCraft history so far? And to take it against Michigan State to start. Also, I think your mic is muted. I dragged him in unexpectedly to the channel.
Hello? Friend,
how do you feel?
Oh, hello?
You've already taken off in your private jet, I can tell.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I've just been managing everything for this here. I can't believe we actually got a...
Congratulations. But, well played, and a great match as well. Well, I'm going to bring in Ask backwards as well. Both sides.
Yeah, I'm the MSU president.
Hello.
How you doing? So,
Great,
a hard-fought battle. But Michigan takes it with the 3v3 tiebreaker.
Oh.
Any words for either side?
I just wanted to say, there are very good games on both sides, regardless of how it went down. I think honestly, it got to the point where it was 3-3, where it didn't really matter which side won which side for the 3v3, because the games were coming out were really great. We saw some good play from everybody, and we saw some great builds and some great cheeses and some fun builds that are overall coming around.
GG, it was fun to watch.
Yeah, very fun to watch, especially some of the really close games. Because I think it was the Muta game, like with Hunter Freak and the player.
And the Terran base trade, like
along with the TVT with the one Reaper. Had they gotten that one worker, it would have been a little bit faster, but.
All right, and so you guys, the Michigan Starcraft team just started, but Michigan State started about a year and a half, you said, ago.
Yep.
And so you guys, I mean, do you plan on doing more? I know this was kind of a dramatic start to I live up to.
Yeah.
But what would you be looking for? Like how can people join? Do they just Google it and find it, or like Discord channels, stuff like that?
Well, in terms of our own collegiate leagues, I believe we have our Discord channel links on the banner that we posted a while ago. I think there may have been a small issue with the U of M one, and if there are any problems, I should be addressing them soon. But, you know, if you're in a college and you don't see any StarCraft leagues, honestly, it's sometimes not that hard to just start one yourself like this, because something this great can come out of it, honestly.
Yeah, so if you ever, like, you know, you want to make a club yourself, don't be afraid to reach out to us. We're at MSU Starcraft on Twitter, and we have no problem helping you start a club or what you need or what you need to do.
Yeah, and then to be clear, you're talking about people who might be interested in other schools as well, because obviously more competition is more fun for everyone.
We are promoting U of M and MSU. I think a collegiate scene might be pretty good for everywhere.
All right, thank you guys, and congratulations, Michigan, and well, both teams, really. It was a lot of fun, a lot of good games. I think it kind of set a good example for maybe not everyone's Grandmaster, but you can still have fun with it. So thank you guys for that. Thank you for letting me cast, of course.
Thank you for casting.
For casting, yeah, with the stream. Sucks!
And may I ask, would everyone like to see a Galactus versus Quadvisor rematch before we leave?
Galacticus sadly is doing some tough stuff right now, so.
Okay.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
For the return.
Yeah.
All
right, thank you guys. Have a great night. Thank you for putting it together, and I hope to see more in the future. GG. Thank you to the captains and organizers and everything. I hope you guys enjoyed. And yeah, my VOD, for those wondering on both teams, my VODs are publicly available. I'll eventually be putting this on YouTube. On YouTube as well, so everybody can watch, and of course more people can check it out that might not have been able to tune in tonight, and maybe be inspired to do something like it. So all the VODs will be publicly available, and you can actually just go watch from the beginning right now. I'm going to be restarting my stream, because we were on a bit of a delay, because this was played online. Maybe in the future, we do it offline. But, of course, StarCraft always has to be played online. Thanks for the LAN, Blizzard. But I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for watching. And if you're on the live stream, prepare to panic. Oh, wait, 1 sec. Jimmy says it's time to run an ad real quick. I still have you guys here. If you could pause ad block and all of that. And then panic. After the ad, we'll restart the stream. Thank you guys for watching. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Winter, and I'm here to tell you that just because you don't have friends doesn't mean you can't start a StarCraft team. Welcome to StarCraft. All right, this isn't a MOBA, and I'm not. That felt accusatory. But the games tonight, amazing. A lot of the people just finding it, like they're playing StarCraft on their own, and it's like, oh, we have a StarCraft club. I believe there are at least a couple people in university, in college, in high school, we heard from a few, that play StarCraft. All right, then you could be the person to start it, or there might already be something, maybe an esports organization. I know Michigan State has something like that. I'm sure U of M does as well, and plenty of other schools. It's 2018, okay? Kids play video games. It happens. It's a thing. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the match. Make sure to go check out University of Michigan StarCraft if you're going there. Well, if you currently attend or you plan on checking out that school. And, of course, Michigan State. And it's on you. Be a leader. Start it today. If it's not there, be the change you want to see in the world. Good luck. Have fun. Have an amazing day. Thank you for the matches. And I'll see you next time.